I'm sorry, these things are always made for giraffes. Speakers, members, colleagues, delegates, all protocols observed. Welcome to the In Fires seminar brought to you by the Fire Protection Association of South Africa. My name is Richard Eustace. I'm the chairman of the board, and it's always nice to open the In Fires seminar because of the diversity of the audience and the room for robust conversations. The topic, professionalizing fire risk assessment, is top of mind and extremely contemporary. Globally, a lot of work is being done around fire risk assessment, and there's a new term called fire risk management as well. Fire risk assessment also depends on who you are and what outcome you're looking for. It depends on whether you're a fire service, an insurance company, a fire engineer, an occupational health and safety practitioner, or even a security company. So, I welcome you all. Enjoy, participate, and network. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Similarly to Richard, I'm also equally vertically challenged. My name is Pamela Ramagaga. I work for the South African Insurance Association. If you don't know SAIA, we are the trade association for the non-life insurance industry. And so it's my pleasure to stand here before you, even though you can't see me or barely see me, on behalf of FPASA. I'm also a board member of FPASA. And it's been an absolute pleasure to share our experiences together as a board in terms of the good work that FPASA is doing. So my job today is to be the MC. So I haven't been an MC before, so bear with me if I step on any toes. I don't mean to. But what I do want to do is to, and I had to Google this, by the way, I have to do housekeeping rules in terms of where what is, if you've not been here before. So outside, when you turn to your right and then left, you'll find the toilets. You know the exit doors. There's another one there at the back. The smoking area is in the glass area there. I think you've already used that. And because Richard did such a sterling job in welcoming you all, I'm not going to repeat his words. But what I do want to do is to open up with a quote by Nikki Allick, which comes from her New York bestseller novel, The Measure. And just to set the scene, and what she says is, measure boldly, decide wisely, and remember, the best risk is the one you understood, in the past tense. So I love that when I read that, and I thought it was quite appropriate to actually mention it. The program you would have received digitally, and obviously the chairman already opened up and welcomed you. From 9 until 9:45, we have SANA's accreditation role within the fire professional environment by Ruzani Ramabulana. I promise you I'm Tswana, so I hope I did not butcher your surname. And obviously he comes from SANA's. I don't know whether he's in the room. Thank you, sir. Okay, over to you.
You good?
Let's talk about this.
Yeah, this is the pointer.
Okay. So where do you move out? Does it move? Where do I move the presentation?
So it's down and up.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning. Let's start again. Good morning. Good morning. We are getting some good morning. Yes, my name is Rodzani Ramabunana. I am from the South African National Accreditation System. Now you want to remember, okay. I'm from the South African National Accreditation System, which in short you know it as SANAS. I'm the accreditation manager for the inspection program. Maybe I must start by saying thank you for the invitation. Secondly, I will have to also observe protocol. I don't know who's who here. So just accept the fact that I'm observing protocol, so feel that I've actually honored you wherever you are. My presentation is going to talk to the professionalization of the fire environment, but obviously with the perspective of the SANAS mandate. That is actually what our input is going to be. So allow me to be able to do that. I'm going to try and learn this technology that I'm given now. I didn't get training on it. So obviously I'm going to do only those two contents. As you know that I've only got 45 minutes. So this is only going to be a very, very brief introduction to what SANAS is. We can actually have a discussion outside. I hope that you can just give me this 45 minutes so that then we can at least engage from there. It will be good for me to be able to take you through what SANAS is first, because it's important that I do that. I don't want to assume that all of you have actually or understand what SANAS do or who SANAS is, and I think it's important that I do that so that at least you can at least have an idea when we engage. So SANAS is the national accreditation body. In South Africa, when you have to do conformity assessment, only SANAS has got that particular mandate. And they were given the mandate by the South African government through the Accreditation for Conformity Assessment, Calibration, and Good Lab Practice Act, which we usually refer to as Act 19 of 2006. Those who are in the accreditation space, they call it the Accreditation Act. So as I've already said, SANAS provide accreditation to conformity assessment body, and it is through that engagement that we will then engage and show you how does SANAS contribute to the professionalism that you are talking or we are talking about. If you look at conformity assessment body within SANAS, you can then either go through the assessment on the testing laboratories. Those of you who are actually playing in that particular section, you can go through the calibration. As I've already said when I'm introducing myself, I'm from the inspection body, and that is actually where the fire section or the fire body, inspection bodies are actually situated in terms of the accreditation. So then you can talk to certification where personnel are certified for certain competency and certain methods. The medical laboratories, the proficiency, and the biobanks and all those things. I am only going to come and talk to the inspection, which is a small part. That is why I call this a very brief introduction. So let's do the inspection body so that at least I give you an introduction to that. So I just gave you the mandate for SANAS, one of the program within SANAS, the inspection body where I come from, and that is where the fire inspection bodies are actually situated. So SANAS inspection body accredits inspection bodies in accordance with the 17020. So those ones who are familiar with the ISO 17020, that is now the standard or international standards. It was a 2012, now it just now got amended. We are now talking the 2026 from the 27th of March, the standard is now published. So that will be the standard that will then be able to comply with if you wanted to be in the inspection body. So inspection body are assessed for certain things. We look at competency, your technical competency, your independence, your impartiality, consistency of inspectors, qualified personnel, effective management system. So those are the packages that if you are going to be in this space, those are the aspects that we will definitely assess you from. So if you look at the three ones, technical competence, independence, and impartiality, please take that into consideration because we are going to talk to those. Those are the core pillars. So I just want to show you now in the program is a few people who actually do this work. As I said, this is now where I'm sitting there. We do have external assessors. For example, SANAS doesn't have, because you will see as we go, we don't have like a hall full of assessors where we've got different scopes. So we've got personnel outside who are qualified mechanical, electrical, depending on the scope that we are going to be accredited, we go and source that, but obviously they must maintain the impartiality, the consistency, and also the competency. Those are the main things that we look at when we're actually getting those. And obviously the administrative teams at the bottom. So this is just for us to, I'm not going to bore you with the work in terms of what do they do in daily basis and all those kind of things. But I just want you to look at the, on your right, I think, yes, it will be on your right there, the bottom right, the STC section. That is a very important aspect that we need to talk to when we start talking to professionalization, because STC for us is more like a consultation. You know that in South Africa, consultation is a main thing. So STC is actually composed of associations, institutions, competent people, individuals, and all those people that are interested in that particular environment. So in this case, you will then get your association, which is as written there. You'll get the guys within the fire section, the firefight. So those guys will then be brought in once the STC then be formed for fire, for example. And based on that, that is where now the discussion will start. That is, you cannot have a professional environment if you don't have an STC, because the STC brings along all those aspects. So I just thought, let me introduce this part now, before we even get further to the professional part. Remember now, I'm still busy introduction of SANAS, and within SANAS, I just felt that I need to introduce the inspection program. While I'm still doing that, I just want you to take note that within the inspection program, we've got other scopes, as we call them, or environment as you know it outside. We've got occupational hygiene that we accredit. We've got the PER or pressure equipment regulations. You've got the steel structures. You've got the gas test stations, non-destructive testing, the inspection part, the lifts, the major hazard installation, electrical, and also some of them will be the energy efficiency. So those are some of the parts that are already regulated, already accredited by SANAS within the inspection program. If you go to the medical labs I saw you, they will then show you the scope. This is actually only within the medical. If you look at the numbers here, which is actually now gone for, you'll see that under, for example, occupational hygiene, we already got 55. I can tell you now from today that it's now 60. We've got now 60, even though the number they're showing is 55. We've got now already 60 that is accredited under occupational hygiene. For those that doesn't know, occupational hygiene, it's actually from the Occupational Health and Safety under the mandate of the Department of Employment and Labor. So the regulator decided that all AIA that wants to play within this specific game, they then need to be accredited. That is now regulated. It's in the regulation. Hence, you see it like that. Then you've got electrical, and then you've got now the LUVP, which is just a PER, which is now 62. The lifts, 47. So those are what we call AIAs, or inspection bodies. The guys that goes out and go and do the assessment on your behalf or on behalf of the clients, which is in this case, it will be the employer, because you are trying to eliminate a situation where the employer becomes a referee and a player at the same time. I know that people says you can do your own risk assessment, but then the question is, how credible is that? Can you then be able, and I think that is now the credibility that we are now looking at and the impartiality that we are trying to track out. So this is just some of the, as I've shown you from the previous slide, this is just the numbers that is adding to that particular slide. I then need now to move to accreditation itself, which is the mandate of SANAS in this case for conformity assessment. So in this particular thing, one of the things that you need to do, if you Google now what accreditation is, it will then translate it into a Greek and it will just tell you accreditation means trust. That is actually what it means. Why does accreditation mean trust? It's because of the fact that if you are in the accreditation space, as I've already said, the AIA, or if you are selling something to somebody, that particular somebody must then be able to trust you that whatever you are selling to them, it's actually of good quality. It's actually something that they can be able to use. And that is where the trust comes in. And that is where now the AIA was then being able, or inspection body was then created to say, you need to have this body that is accredited, that is accountable to SANAS, that in this case will then be competent, will then be impartial, will then be consistent. That will then go, whether you give me employer A's PEG today to assess or to employ, if I go to employer A's building now to be able to do risk assessment, I will be able to do it the same way with employer B without looking at whether I'm related or I'm close proximity to employer A. That is actually what we wanted to do. So here in terms of accreditation, we say it's a formal recognition by an authoritative body that an organization is competent to perform specific conformity assessment. Activities in accordance with the standard that I've just said, the ISO IEC 17020. And then there are requirements. So in other words, in a regulatory environment, you've got the regulators that put certain requirements. Those requirements must also be met. It's not just the standard. They will then put other requirements within that is set. So if you look at the fire environment from the perspective of the legislation, there is no legislation that says any person that wants to do risk assessment within the inspection or fire environment must then be accredited. Because of that, we then says the fire environment is a voluntary basis. It's not a regulatory because there is no regulation that talks to that. So as I've already said with you, I'm not going to repeat the aspects below, but these are the aspects that we actually look into when we start talking about conformity assessment body in the Accreditation Act in terms of technical competency. And we'll actually touch those when we start talking to the professionalization. I'm just trying to make sure that I introduce this topic so that I don't leave anyone behind. I've now already said they are regulatory and they are voluntary. There's benefits of being a regulator because in this case, everyone will do it because the law says so. That is what regulation says. It says everyone must be accredited in order for you to be able to be there. But voluntary, it means now the industry decided this is what we're going to do. So either you do it or you don't do it because it's a voluntary section. So that is why in accreditation, we either have a voluntary accreditation or a regulatory accreditation. And that is why I'm saying I think this slides will then be given to you so that at least you can sit down and at least be able to do. As I've already said, the other one is got a regulatory, it's a mandatory one. The other one is an optional one. And the other one is actually a legal compliance, mostly. The other one is more credibility and competitiveness, where you go out and you said, look, I am accredited. I will then be able to give you an impartial results. I'll be able to bring you the results that or a report that is actually be impartial. So those are the kind of things. So if you look at the 17025, which is the standard, you will find that most of that is more on the voluntary basis. If you look on the 17020, most of them are on the regulatory basis. That is why 17020 is more aligned with the inspection program as I've introduced it. I've just given you an example so that at least you understand when I said regulatory, what do I mean by that? It's important that when we talk and then we actually move together. So if you look at what the piece that I've just actually added here, this will be the gas test station as we call it, guidance note to pressure equipments, and this is regulation 17 of 2009. If you look on the right hand side, it says PER regulation 11.1S. Transportable gas container shall be inspected by a SANAS accredited and Department of Employment and Labor approved gas test station. So this is actually where it happens. So why is it approved? So here the arrangement is SANAS will then accredit. Once you're accredited, you take your accreditation certificate and also then you go to the regulator. The regulator looks at that. If there's any other condition they put, then they put the condition. Then you are accredited and then you are approved. So once you lose your accreditation, automatically you lose that is actually the MOU, how it works. You cannot have an approval while your accreditation is not in place. So this will then be what we call an example of a regulatory accreditation. If you look at the second one here, I think this one I've taken it from the MHI, and then it says here, the previous one, because then it says a duty holder must, after consultation with the relevant health and safety representative or health and safety committee, ensure that approved inspection authority carries out a risk assessment in accordance with SANS 1461. So why is this important? It's important, first of all, because firstly we need to have a risk assessment and everyone doing it. then you are going to have an inconsistency in terms of the risk assessment based on the competency. First of all, we need to define the scope of the risk assessment. What do we want to achieve? Who must be able to do it? What qualification with that? That is when we start to talk about professionalization. But I just thought I want to share with you when the regulator is actually now prescribing as to how must then the regulation supposed to be, so that at the end of the day we can then call this an accredited or a regulatory accreditation. Apologies if I'm going fast. So in terms of accreditation, as I've said, there are 3 pillars, and these 3 pillars must be met at the same time when you are doing assessment all the time. The first one is competence. You must definitely have competency to be able to undertake that. Secondly, impartiality. It doesn't matter who's in front of you, whether it's the CEO. If you are doing that assessment for them, you need to be impartial at all time, whether it's your relative or what. And consistency, like I've said. If they call you today to do an assessment, the scope is the same, and then they call somebody else to do the same, then the results must at least be the same. The other one must not say they are complying, the other one must say they are not complying, the same scope, same materials, then there is no consistency there. Accreditation actually talks to those 3 pillars, and those will remain the pillars of accreditation. So how do we professionalize the fire assessment? And that is now where I was supposed to start, but I just felt that let me just a little bit take you for that. This is actually where the presentation was supposed to start. So I'm saying to you that I've got already a major hazard installation accreditation, which is actually working on the risk assessment basis within SANAS. So that then becomes something that when you don't have anything in terms of working from zero, we then says, look at this model, whether does it fit you. But then I will try to talk to it in terms of that, because it's important that I need to actually make sure that when the decision is made where it's supposed to be made, if there is a decision or the discussion, at least there's something that needs to be done. First of all, we need to ask ourselves, why are we accrediting? And the regulatory scope, risk assessment, metrics, reporting template, qualification, and etc. So we can't talk to the professionalization if we cannot answer what risk metric are we going to use? What is the scope? What do we want to achieve by risk assessment? For example, whether we're going to do qualitative, whether we're going to do quantitative risk assessment, those things talks, because at the end of the day, somebody must interpret the numbers if you're going to go the number route to say, what does this number means? So at the end of the day, those are some of the things that we can say, yes, risk assessment, but at the end of the day, we need to be able to do that. The template and the model that we need to use. We had a situation where when the risk assessment started, another risk assessor will come and bring 2 pages of the same work. The other one gives you 10 pages. The other one gives you 50 pages of the same scope. But they are both giving you risk assessment as required. But then the question is, how do you do that? So you actually end up saying, let's brought in the minimum template where each question must then be asked within this particular risk assessment. Now I'm talking the model now. I know that I'm a little bit far, but I think those are some of the things that you cannot be able to professionalize if you're not thinking of those minor things, because when it goes there in practice, you realize that there are certain alignments that are there. The good thing about it is you can always come back and tweak through the STC. Remember that first committee that I told you about? That is the committee that actually works. So establishing the specialist technical committee, which in this case, in SANAS, every scope has got this particular STC. The reason for that is, this is for consultation, this is for the know-how, and this is for people that within the environment, they must be able to put workable solution within that. So as I've said there, if we are talking about the fire environment, we need to be able to talk about the community itself. The fire community that is going to be affected, they need to be represented so that they can make their input to say, but hang on, when you do this, it's going to affect us this way, so that at the end of the day, you don't come here and put in the law. When you put it in practice, it doesn't work. You need to put association with us. If you've got 10 associations, all of them, they need to be represented, so that at the end of the day, we need to actually talk to that. Where there are academic institutions that provide fire courses or fire qualification, we need to invite them, so that at the end of the day, we need to be able to get to see, can this be able to be done? Because at the end of the day, the decision that must be made, if it's going towards a different of qualification, we need to be advised to say, can this be done? And how long is this going to be? It's going to take? We need to talk to regulators. In the environment where there are regulators needs to be involved, because we don't know what the regulators are doing. There might not be a regulation of whatever now, but they are working on it behind the scene. But if they are involved, they can then guide to say, no, look, we are actually presenting this in Parliament now, so please hang on this. This is not going to work. So we need those kind of inputs. Organized business, those are the affected ones. Organized labor, their employees are in that environment, therefore they definitely want to. And there are individuals who, they are just consultant. They are just there in the space. They've been there. They know. They have got knowledge. You cannot leave them behind. You must bring them in if they are willing to be able to participate. And there are those ones who said, I just want to observe. I just want to be an observer. That's my status. Then we actually include. So if you look at the STC, and that is why I said, with us, professionalization start from the STC. Because what is happening is we encompass, we bring in everyone together. We are actually in the same time consulting while we are actually making progress. This one I'm not going to bore you a lot, because obviously when that part comes, then we can actually take you through. So there are kind of responsibility that this STC needs to take. For example, if we are developing a document, this STC will either develop it for fire, or it will then have a working group that will go and come back to the STC. The STC must then approve this particular document as an example. And while I'm saying that now, I'll then give you an example. I've given you a major hazard installation as an example. If you look at this, we've got what we call a TR54. So this is now a technical requirements document for MHI. Its number is 54, but 7 just means a 7 edition. So they've revised it 7 times. So this document by itself is the Bible for each scope. This document tells you what qualification must be there, who's supposed to be, and it's the STC that needs to develop. So I think now you understand why the STC must be encompassed, and so that we can then be able to have almost everyone represented. Because if they're going to have to come up with this Bible that we are going to use to be able to accredit you on, then it means everyone must have agreed to that. Obviously, we know that there are people who won't agree because they are protecting their own thing, that we can see. But at the end of the day, we need a smooth transition so that we can do that. So this document needs to be part of that. Without this document at SANAS, we say you are not yet professionalized, because for you to be professionalized, any person who says to me, I want to be in the MHI risk assessment, can you help me? If I give them this document TR54, they will be able to understand what we are talking about, because everything is there, who's supposed to be there, what qualification, what is the role. So that is something that needs to be developed. I've just given you the table, which we call it table 1. I know that is not that visible. But if you look at that, that talks to you the technical manager that is supposed to be there, the quality manager, the technical signatory, and all those things, their qualification are already specified there. That talks to the requirements, 6.1 personnel qualification or competency. So that is actually addressed there. So when you talk about that, if you don't comply with that, automatically it's a non-conformance, because that is actually what is it. So we need to reach that stage where we all know, even if you're outside that, in terms. So accreditation is not like coming to catch you. You know, you've got all the tools, you know. Even if you don't comply, you know, if the assessor comes to you, they know, they just tell you, based on these particular requirements, you didn't meet these requirements. If you say you meet, then you put the proof. If the proof is not there, definitely, then it means that. So I just wanted to show you that that document, I extracted this table from that particular document. So as I've already said, it's important that we need to talk about the scope. If we are talking about risk assessment within the fire environment, we need to understand, what are we covering? What is it that we want to cover within that particular place? For your information, currently we do have one particular fire inspection body, in looking on their own, they are accredited according to the standard and also their own work procedure. That is actually how they are presented. So they cannot do anything else according to the work procedure. But coming to this is we need to find out as to what is the scope that you want to achieve, because we cannot talk about risk assessment if we don't know the scope that we want to cover. We want to talk to you to say which qualitative, whether you are going for the qualitative or quantitative as I already said, because that has got implication at the end of the day. The report needs to be done, and it needs to be done according to what we are actually choosing now. The template that we are accepting, and that template must be prescribed, because you don't want a situation where the other guy gets a certain report which is different to the other one. So at the end of the day, the template needs to be prescribed. If you are going to go the software route, because at the end of the day, you need to decide that when we professionalize, we're going to bring in a software to be able to do risk assessment. As you know, there are softwares now that you can punch in the figures, they can give you the outcome. If you are going to go through that validation of those, they need to come in to say when are they going to be validated by who, and so there are certain aspects that they need to be discussed, and that is why I said where I am now, I'm just giving you a brief introduction, but then the discussion can happen. I've just given you consequence modeling as well as risk calculations, and as I've said, I'm taking this obviously from the risk assessment on the MHI basis, because that is what is happening currently now. Because as I've said, you telling me that risk is this and then you don't do the calculation and we don't know the impact, then the risk assessment is not finalized. It needs to be able to talk to the impact, because at the end of the day, you need to find out what will be the impact of whatever risk is there. If you're telling me you've got risk, I might already know. At the end of the day, we need to be able to talk to that. MHI's community even went as far as going and developing their own standard. I know that some of you, most of you, or some of you were involved into that, because obviously you were affected. But that's how dedicated the MHI community was, because they realized that nothing was catered for them. They went as far as going and looking for their own standard, obviously through the SABS. And that is actually the standard that they're actually using in terms of that. So at some stage, you will have to go outside your comfortable zone to be able to go and extract something outside so that it actually come up and fit to the purpose that you want to achieve. And in conclusion, I just want to say the following. I feel that the consultation will be the first thing to do if you are to go through that process of accreditation. You need to actually bring in, obviously, everyone in the room, be able to discuss and find out their roles and all those kind of things. What is it that they would want to see? Because at the end of the day, it is the outcome that we want to be able to. So for us to go to that outcome, once we understand the outcome we want to have, and in this case you are saying fire risk assessment, which is a very broad way, as I've said, in terms of that. But that needs to be dissected. And that is why I'm saying the STC within the SANA space, that is where the dissection happens in terms of consultation. The scope, how far do we want to go? Whether do you want to go the qualitative, quantitative, as I've said, whether you want to now bring in the technology in terms of the apps and all those softwares, do you want to bring them in to do the job for you? Yes, they are quick, but obviously the results must be authenticated. And we need to talk to the personnel qualification, guys. Because if we are saying qualification, we need to agree to say this will be the acceptable qualification. So the question is, what fire qualification do you have out there? If there is nothing, how do you then be able to do that? And I'm not saying you don't have. So I'm just saying that where there is nothing, you then have to now engage. And that is why I said academic institution must be there. How long will that take to be able to bring up that particular qualification? And how long do you want? Do you want a degree? Do you want a diploma? Do you want a certificate? Those are the decisions that needs to be made. Because once we put it there on the table for your TR document, then it means that is now a compliance issue. You cannot actually, anything that is not meeting those requirements becomes a non-conformance from the SANA's point of view, because that becomes the document. So I need to make you aware that once that document is drafted, it's actually taken out for public comment. People comment on that. So it's not a prescriptive thing. Everyone participate. But once it's adopted, that now becomes a playground for everyone. You can't play outside that particular playground that is actually there. So I just wanted to say maybe that is something that we need to be able to do that. In terms of the structure and the traceability of findings, I don't want to go that too technicals and all those kind of things, but I just want us to know that I've tried to simplify the presentation so that at least it can talk to everyone. I know that most of you might not be in the accreditation space, so I hope we actually did what we were asked to do. If not, I'm still going to be available for engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think I saved you some time as well. You want to take it?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Am I still audible? Okay. I learned so much myself. And I just want to take out nuggets that, from a self-interest perspective, coming from a non-life insurance industry perspective, is that all the points you've raised, and the very critical one at the end where you talked about fire risk assessment, in terms of what is it that we want to do in that space. I take note that the qualification is important. I know there's a post-grad qualification as a fire engineer. As far as I know, there's no undergrad qualification, but I stand to be corrected. So I think that's work that we need to do as an association in partnership with FPASA and any other institution that wants to play. Defining our scope, I think, is very important. I think we can do that quite well. Given all the experiences that we have, if we come together as a round table, we can define that with the help of SANAS, of course. And then producing the right template. I mean, I know the template is a known fact for those that are actually practicing, but coming from industry, being an underwriter, having done claims, I'm yet to have seen what that template looks like. So it was quite invigorating to hear you mention that. And also the fact that there has to be acceptable software that you use that talks to consequence modeling, talking to risk calculations. I mean, it made me excited. I wish I was 25 years old again so I could go and qualify. So thank you so much. I love the fact that you mentioned that the STC is very important, talking to community, organized labor, talking to the fire community, if we're talking fire specifically. So I look forward to, our industry taking this forward from a fire risk assessment perspective, talking to the 3 pillars that you mentioned: competency, impartiality, meaning independence, and obviously consistency. So thank you so much. That was really, really, really educational. So the question I have for the room is, do you want to ask questions now, or do you want to wait until the end? Show of hands, I promise you. There's no school teacher. Now, later? This will do, or that will do? Later. Later. Okay, thank you so much. So I want now to introduce QCTO skills program related to fire risk assessment. Ms. Elsie Mutau from Rakhatla. I didn't kill that. Mashimu Pty Limited. Are you here, ma'am? Thank you so much.
You?
Fine, thanks, and you?
Good, good.
Thank you.
If you want, there's a pointer as well.
How do I use it?
Stay down. That's up, and that's down.
Okay, if I wanna
The next slide, you just press down.
down. Okay, sorry. Right.
Good morning, Program Director. Am I audible? Thank you. esteemed members from the Fire Protection Association of South Africa, distinguished guests. My name is Elsie Mutau, all protocol observed. I'm not a subject matter expert with regard to fire related competences. I'm just a qualification development facilitator. I have been involved in the process of developing qualifications since 2009 when the QC2O model was piloted. I lead an organization called Rakata Mashimo as a qualification development facilitator. And I just want to, first of all, thank the Fire Protection Association of South Africa for inviting me to come and share with you the insights with regard to the QC2O model. QC2O stands for QC2O stands for the Council for Trades and Occupations, QC2O. It is one of the councils that are mandated to quality assure qualifications, okay? So this model has brought with it a shift within the education and training in this country in terms of putting emphasis on occupational competency related to the practices within an occupation, right? So there are 3 councils in total. I'll talk to the slides later. I just want to give you a background information with regard to the whole training and education within this country. We do have 3 councils in this country. These councils, one of them will be the CHE, which is a council that quality assures qualifications that are offered by the higher institutions of learning. Then there is this new council, the QCTO, which quality assures qualifications that are occupationally based. Then there is a third council, which is Umalusi. I think we all know what Umalusi is. So there are 3 councils, but I'm going to talk about the QCTO as a council that quality assures occupational qualifications within this country. So we have got there. I'm going to give you an overview of how the QCTO is expected to operate within this country. I will start off by giving you an overview of the QC2O model. Thereafter, I'll talk to you about the legislative framework and the policy framework. Once I have done that, I will explain the developmental process. What is it that we are supposed to do when we are to develop an occupationally based qualification, and your role as subject matter experts in the process of developing qualifications. Colleagues, before I go into the details there, I just want to touch on what the previous speaker has said, because we are here to talk about how best can we professionalize risk assessment. And in one of the slides, I have seen that all right. My apologies. Okay. So I'm saying that before I go to the slides, okay, I want us to understand and be clear about the different types of qualifications in this country, right? So we will have qualifications that are whose development is actually coordinated by the Council of Higher Education. Council of Higher Education will be one of the quality councils, right, that actually coordinates qualifications that are developed by higher institutions. The higher institutions will be your universities. Okay. So once I have said that, I want you to understand that the qualifications that I am going to talk to are not in any way related or similar to those qualifications that are quality assured by the Council of Higher Education. Those qualifications that are quality assured by the Council of Higher Education, they do get registered with SAQA on the NQF in a sub-framework called Higher Education Qualification Sub-Framework. Their titles will never ever be the same as the titles of the qualifications whose development has been quality assured by the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. This will be the qualifications that I will be talking about. I am emphasizing this because in most cases, when we facilitate the development of qualifications, we come across stakeholders, okay? When we ask them to propose the title of a qualification, they will probably come up with titles like national qualification or national certificate or advanced diploma. The minute you give us such titles, colleagues, you need to understand that now you are venturing into the space or the sub-framework for qualifications that are quality assured by the Council of Higher Education. I'm not too sure whether I am making sense or not. I'm not going to talk about qualifications that are quality assured by the Council of Higher Education. Please refrain from, when we ask you about possible titles of qualifications, the minute you say a national certificate, you are talking about a different qualification outside the scope of the QCTO. Right. I am saying this because I have heard the previous speaker talking about qualifications for risk assessors or qualifications for risk assessment as someone who should hold a tertiary qualification, most probably offered by a higher institution of learning. Such people will not have done an occupationally based qualification. Do I make sense? They wouldn't have done an occupationally based qualifications. However, within the QCTO model, we do have qualifications up to level 8, NQF level 8, but they will not be called national or advanced. An occupationally based qualification will have these particular titles, okay? We will have a qualification pegged at level 1. The title or the nomenclature or the type of that qualification will always start with elementary, followed by occupational, followed by certificate. An elementary occupational certificate. A qualification within the QCTO model pegged at level 3 for argument's sake will have its nomenclature or the title starting with intermediate occupational certificate. Now I'm going to go to a qualification pegged at level 5, developed through the QCTO model. Its type or its nomenclature will be higher occupational certificate. A qualification pegged at level 6. I'm now touching on if these people, the risk assessors, are going to go through a training program developed through the QCTO model. Yes, when we facilitate the discussion, we will eventually come up with the level. You will advise us of the level. And a level is not going to be thumbsuck. It's not even a level that you are going to predetermine. You are not going to come to a workshop and say, Ma'am Elsie, this qualification must be pegged at level 6. No. A level is determined by the responsibilities that go hand in hand with the occupation. Right? I'm saying, suppose you are going to develop a qualification through the QC2O model that will eventually be pegged at level 6. Again, colleagues, hear me out. At level 6 within the QC2O model, we do have two types of qualifications. We can have an advanced occupational certificate, level 6. An advanced occupational certificate. Why certificate? If credits are 120, if the credits of that qualification can be 120, then we will have an advanced occupational certificate. Okay, sons? If we can have a level 6 occupational qualification for risk assessors, but only to find that content has been so comprehensive such that the credits are at 360, then we will have an occupational advanced diploma. I'm not too sure whether individuals or learners who will go through such an occupational qualification at an advanced occupational diploma will be recognized for registration with SANS. I'm not too sure. But I just wanted you to be aware of the fact that based on their requirements for people to practice as risk assessors, to have a 2-year, is it a 2-year advanced qualification that the SANS? Okay. Right, so that is that with that. Let me come back to the objective. Okay, where are we? We wanted to go to, I still need to learn how to navigate this thing, right? Now, the QCTO model rests upon two main legislations. One being the Skills Development Act, okay? We all know about the Skills Development Act of 1998, right? Then, this Skills Development Act has established the QCTO in 2010. I have informed you that I have been involved with the QCTO since 2009 when we were piloting. We tried the model, and eventually in 2010, the QCTO was promulgated. And the Skills Development Act has mandated the QCTO to develop occupational qualifications, right? And also to take up the role of quality assurance of workplace-based training. We are all aware that when you are a provider of a program that is aligned to the QCTO model, be it an occupational qualification, a skills program, or a part qualification, you cannot offer that program if you are not accredited by the QCTO. What do they do when they accredit? They come to your premises, they make sure that you have met all the requirements that we might have put in the curriculum, that a training provider must have the following resources. We do put those resources or specify the resources in the curriculum. So the QCTO personnel, when they visit your institutions, they will make sure that you do have 1, 2, 3, 4 that would have been specified in the curriculum. But else is not a subject matter expert. I normally work with individuals like yourselves. For argument's sake, suppose I get lucky to facilitate the development of this risk assessment program, right? Obviously, I'm going to work with you, ask the right questions, and ask you, what should a training provider have at his or their premises to offer this course. You give me the information, and this information gets communicated to the QCTO. The QCTO then comes to you to accredit you to offer training. By so doing, they will make sure that all the training that is taking place within the workplaces is actually aligned to the requirements. They also make sure that learners get assessed accordingly. Okay, assessment becomes standardized, and also they are going to ensure that learners get certificates. Okay, in case of a qualification, a certification becomes a nationally recognized process in which learners will sit for a summative assessment. But in case of a skills program, certification assessment happens within the organization or the training institution, and the QCTO will then approve the results that would have been given out by the training provider. That is that with regard to the Skills Development Act. Then we're going to go to another piece of legislation which is very, very important as well in terms of the QCTO model. That will be the National Qualification Framework Act of 2008. We all know about the NQF, isn't it? Okay? The NQF is nothing else but a house like this, right? I am a teacher by profession. I always use practical examples. So there will be this house, which is called the NQF, okay, a framework. Within this house, we do have rooms, right? And then in this room, in this house, we have 3 rooms. What are those rooms, okay? There is this room here, right? And this room will become a sub-framework of the NQF. And that sub-framework will be called the Occupational Qualification Sub-Framework. Occupational Qualification Sub-Framework. This is where Kenny and them are seated, right? That room where Kenny and them are seated, which is called an Occupational Qualification Sub-Framework of the NQF, this is where the occupationally based qualifications will be registered. Do I make sense? This is where Kenny is seated. The occupationally based qualifications that have been developed through the QCTO model will be registered in there. Then I come here where Ntate Atterbury is seated. That's another room in the NQF, in this house, right? Okay, and when Ntate Atterbury is seated, there will be, that room will be called an HEQSF, Higher Education Qualification Sub-Framework. Okay, now guess which type of qualifications will be registered in that room? Qualifications that have been developed through the Council of Higher Education. All those qualifications that are offered by tertiary institutions, your universities, are going to be put in this house where Ntate Atterbury is seated. We're still talking about the NQF, right? Then there will be the last room there, okay? Okay, that last room will house all the qualifications that are quality assured by Umalusi. Umalusi, we all know, Umalusi is responsible for formal education, right, up to grade 12 or NQF level 4. The qualifications that are quality assured by Umalusi, your metric, everything to do with education, general education and training sub-framework, all the qualifications will be in that room, right? So do you get an idea of how the NQF is structured? 3 sub-framework, OQSF, HEQSF, general education and training sub-framework. Right. Now, QCTO, where does QCTO belong in this NQF? They are going to the National Qualification Framework provides a framework within which the QCTO will operate. Obviously, the OQSF, right? Sub-framework. Right. So they will make sure that they develop qualifications in accordance with the QCTO model. Once those qualifications are developed, they get recommended to be registered with SAQA, registered by SAQA on the NQF within the relevant sub-framework. They are going to manage all the qualifications in that sub-framework. And SAQA has got every right to say to the QC2, your qualifications are not meeting the requirements. Your qualifications have expired. They should be reviewed. Your qualifications don't have learners intake. You must also be aware of that. When we develop qualifications, we must be very, very clear that we do have learners who will be enrolled against these qualifications. Otherwise, we will register, the qualification will be registered. SAQA will be monitoring whether there are learner intake or not. If there are no learner intake, within the next 5 years when a qualification is due for review, SAQA will say, no, we are not reviewing this because there were no learners registered against this qualification. They tell QCTO, and when QCTO asks, if you go back to the SITA concerned and say, we want to review, QCTO will say, SAQA said, we can't review because there were no learners against this qualification. So I'm saying, having said that, I'm saying, whenever you want to develop a qualification and approach a SITA, you must be rest assured, you must be clear that there will be learners who will be enrolled against the particular program. Right? I have spoken about the second row, assigns quality assurance responsibilities. QCTO always will make sure that everything that we do, those of you who I've worked with, you know very well that from time to time when we submit qualifications for registration with SAQA, okay, those qualifications get returned. Why? Because they might have not met requirements, and we keep on changing. For argument's sake, I'm fully aware that I'm not following the slides. It's just me. If I were to touch on or to relate why am I here or what I am about in terms of risk assessment. We have recently, this will be last year, not recently, we developed a skills program for fire safety, a plans examiner, a skills program last year. Everything went well. We got the skills program got submitted in November last year. Just last week, QCTO came back to us because they have changed. The model keeps evolving. I'm not blaming the QCTO. The model keeps evolving. They wanted us to update assessment standards, right? So that skills program, the meeting did not sit because we did not have enough as industry representatives to assist in guiding what sort of assessment standards should be incorporated in there. Okay, so but that's another discussion for another day. I'm just saying QCTO will always make sure that, things are associated with quality and fit for purpose will always be up to the expected standard in order to meet the industry needs, okay? Because we are avoiding a situation where some of the stakeholders will say, we have been left behind. This standard does not apply to our learners. We want to standardize everything. That is that with regard to the NQF Framework Act. I think it is very clear. Now you can visualize how this NQF framework looks like. 3 rooms in total, right? Let's then go to the next slide. This next slide is also about another piece, 2 pieces of legislation which also govern the QCTO. There is the Higher Education Laws Amendment Act. That act gives governance or guides governance of the QCTO. The CEO of the QCTO is appointed based on what the Higher Education Laws Amendment Act says. Okay, that is why the QCTO does report to the Department of Education. Right, then there is the Public Finance Management Act, which recognizes the QCTO as a 3A public entity, meaning that they must comply with the PFMA Act. Okay, they don't have to abuse the funds of the in this country, right? So that is that with the pieces of legislation. Now we're going to go to the policy. I have already spoken about the OQSF. I have spoken about the OQSF. It's a very important policy that governs the development of occupational qualifications. Those of you who have been in my sessions, you know very well that I do things by the book. If you challenge me, I'll say, okay, let's hear what the OQSF says, okay? Because it's the Bible. I cannot deviate from the Bible, okay? So the OQSF gives the QCTO guidelines on how to develop everything occupationally based. Right. Why am I always emphasizing occupation? We are developing qualifications for people to practice an occupation. We're developing qualifications for people to practice an occupation. Differences from how will these qualifications differ from those developed by CHE? Those developed by CHE, which will be your degrees, we gained theory and we only practice when we start working. Whereas with the QCTO, the emphasis is always from the onset. When you get trained, the emphasis is always on practicing. Okay, I am practicing as a risk assessor. From the onset, when we develop this qualification, we'll always ask you, what do they do? What do they do? Where do they practice? Who do they engage? What sort of resources do they use? So everything from the onset is based on practicing in an occupation. So the OQSF is saying, develop this qualification in such a way that you will address the labor market needs. Then I have also spoken about the 3 sub-frameworks. Remember the house. I have already spoken about the 3 sub-frameworks, and I'm going to step out of that. Right, colleagues? Sorry, I have flu. Just bear with me. Then I'm going to go to the entire developmental process. When we develop qualifications, where do we start? This is where you come in. The sitters do not know what your needs are. The sitters are relying heavily on subject matter experts. The sitters are relying heavily on stakeholders. Saya, okay? Now you approach the SETA concerned, depending on the occupation whose qualification must be developed. You see that there is a need out there. There is a shortage of, say, maybe risk assessors, okay? Or there are risk assessors, but things have changed so much that technology has changed that the current cohort of risk assessors do not meet the expected deliverables. So there is a gap already. Now you then say, okay, let us approach the LG SETA for argument's sake, right? And request them to assist us in developing an occupational qualification for risk assessment, okay? I am saying that the process starts with you, subject matter expert. The SETAs will not know. You know better. Once you have identified a need, you approach the SETA, you tell them, you request them to submit an application for the development of an occupational qualification. It can be a qualification, it can be a skills program, it can be a part qualification. So you started the process. Once you started the process, where are we? Okay, then let me put on my spectacles. Then the SETA will determine whether there is a qualification already registered on the NQF. A qualification might be registered within the HEQSF. That will be a qualification offered by a higher institution of learning. Okay? Then they will ask you, why are you not using that qualification? Because there is one already. Then you'll give them reasons. That one is theory-based. We want our people to be hands-on. We want an occupationally based qualification. Okay? If that is the case, is there no occupationally based qualification registered along the lines of firefighting? Then you'll say, okay, there is a firefighting qualification, but competencies in that qualification are too generic. They are not emphasizing on risk assessment. We want a qualification that will focus on risk assessment. Okay, once the QCTO, once the LG SETA has satisfied themselves with the reasons you might have put forward, they will then submit an application, okay, to the QCTO. Thank you so much. Right? They would have submitted an application to the QCTO. The QCTO will also, from their end, do some kind of research because they don't want to duplicate processes. You may find that another organization, say maybe SAIA, has approached the insurance SETA to develop a qualification for risk assessment. Insurance SETA has also submitted an application to that regard. The QCTO will know. They wouldn't want to duplicate the processes. They will then have to call LG SETA and insurance SETA stakeholders around the table and have a discussion, right? And if there are differences, yes, they may approve both applications. You may find that SAIA wants to approach it from another angle with emphasis on specific competencies, and the fire services industry wants to approach it from another angle with emphasis on certain competencies. I'm saying yes, sometimes they do approve both applications based on the rationale put by the stakeholders involved. An approval letter will be issued. I always inform delegates that we cannot start working on developing occupational qualifications if an approval letter has not been issued. Very, very important. That is to protect you. If Elsie refuses to start working, I'm protecting you because chances are the QCTO may not approve your application. And you can imagine, I might have started working and only to find that you're going to pay me for something that will not even see the light of day because the QCTO did not approve your application. So we only start working once the approval letter has been issued. I, in most cases, insist on seeing the application letter, right? Approval letter, right? And then the approval letter will come with what we call a curriculum code. This is a code that QCTO will refer to when we submit the final documents, because chances are we might have developed something that is outside the approved letter. Right? So from time to time, I'll go to the SETA and say to them, give me this letter. I would like to see the curriculum code. If it's a skills program, the code I've put there, the code will start with the 900 if it is a skills program. If it's a qualification, the code will start with the OFO, Organizing Framework of Occupations. Right? Right. Let's go to the next slide. Now, approval letter has been issued. The SETA will then appoint a facilitator. Ladies and gentlemen, a facilitator, someone who will facilitate the discussions around the development of this occupational qualification. In the past, the QCTO used to train people to become qualification development facilitators. But now of late, anyone in this room can be a facilitator. You can be a facilitator as long as you are a subject matter expert and you know what is expected of the process. I'm going to say the process of developing an occupational qualification. It's a highly technical, right? And I want to urge you to probably receive some kind of training because I wouldn't want you to waste the stakeholders' time in embarking on the process only to find that whatever you would have put together gets rejected by the QCTO because it wouldn't have met the requirements. But any one of us in this room can become a facilitator. They will appoint you. Once they have appointed a facilitator, they will inform the stakeholders, particularly the applicant, right? The applicant will be that organization. It might be the Fire Protection Association of South Africa. It might be SAIA, okay, the applicant. They will inform them that we have got an approval to start with the process, inform the stakeholders, or give us details of the stakeholders to be informed about this process so that we send out the communique or the invitation, right? Then once we have done that, the process initiation is communicated to the industry and we get started, right? Where do we start with the process? It's a very structured, organized, systematically organized process, right? We start with the profile, with the scoping session, right? Elsie would have been appointed. Everyone gets invited to the process. As long as you have got an interest in this occupation, you will be invited to the scoping exercise. What do we scope? We need to agree. Remember the example I gave earlier, SAIA and the Fire Protection Association of South Africa. So we come in the same room and we just talk about the scope. What are we going to cover in this occupational qualification for risk assessors? I'll call them risk assessors because the minute we start developing an occupational qualification, we must talk about an occupation speak. I am a risk assessor, not risk assessment. The minute minute you say risk assessment, you are talking HEQSF. HEQSF is risk assessment, but OQSF is risk assessors, right? So we will have to come around the table and agree on what is it that we are going to cover in this occupational qualification for risk assessors, right? We spoke of the templates. We spoke of, I heard Sans talking about all those things. We in the scoping exercise, we must agree about. We must agree on we must delineate the frame, the scope, right? So scoping, again, out of the scoping exercise, you can imagine it becomes a very draining, exercise, because you need to make people, come to an agreement in terms of the scope. And then the other thing that we must agree upon will be who are the subject matter experts that are going to participate in this process. QCTO is very, very strict, colleagues. Sometimes submissions get returned because their argument will have been, Elsie, you did not work with everyone involved. Okay, so who are the stakeholders that should participate? We're looking for workplace practitioners. As long as you are a risk assessor or you are involved in this process of risk assessment, we want you to participate in the process, to share your expertise, your knowledge and experience, right? To shape the program, right? Okay. And then we also want to work with industry, if there are statutory bodies, professional bodies, for argument's sake, we want to work with such bodies as well because they regulate the practices, right? We also want to work with training providers. Training providers, be it public training institution or private training institutions, because they are the ones who are going to deliver, on the program that we will have developed, right? We also want to work with assessors. These are the people who will be assessing learners who would have gone through the entire training. And then we also want to work with moderators, curriculum development, developers, training and education specialists. QCTO will want us to submit registers to prove that we have worked with relevant subject matter experts. In the scoping exercise, such a body of constituencies constitute what we call community of expert practitioners, CEP members, right? Now, of the scoping meeting, I will then ask you to nominate fewer members that will participate in the subsequent developmental process, because it might be difficult for me to work with a bigger group. And such a small grouping will constitute what we call a working group member. Do I make sense? So we start off with a big group in which we will all agree on the scope of the occupation whose qualification is to be developed. Then the bigger group will give a smaller group a mandate to go and develop. Trust that you will do and represent our desires accordingly, making sure that what we want to be covered in this qualification will indeed be covered, right? Also, the smaller group must represent the different constituencies. I cannot work with just training providers. The submission will not be approved because QCTO will say you only worked with one grouping, you only worked with one group. So the working group member, the working group must also be representative of the entire industry, right? We would have scoped, and then once we have scoped, then I start working with a smaller group, working group, to profile. When we profile, this is where we are going to say, let us look at risk assessors, profile them. What do they look like, okay? Then you tell me they are the people who do 1, 2, 3. Okay, if they do that, what are the activities they are going to embark on? We profile, you tell me the activities, the environments within which they will operate, the task that they will carry out, and so forth and so forth. This very profile, colleagues, plays a very important role in the entire developmental process. We get it wrong, our qualification, everything that will follow will be wrong. Because the profile will inform content of knowledge modules, content of practical skills modules, content of work experience modules, and ultimately a summary of the qualification itself. We get it wrong, and we might get it wrong because the scope will have not been clear. It is very possible that even during the profiling session, we still argue about the scope. Okay, so that is a possibility. But I'm just saying, once we scoped, we profile, and once we have profiled, we can develop a curriculum document. I've already spoken about the curriculum document in a nutshell, not having told you that as I'm now talking about the curriculum document. It's a document that contains knowledge modules, practical skills modules, and work experience modules. Okay, different to a qualification that would have been developed through the CHE model. This one we are going to say, these are knowledge modules. We want them to learn about theory concepts. I always say, touch your head, what do you know? I know about this, right? Theory. I know about legislation that governs fire-related operations. That's knowledge. Then we'll, all right, thank you. Right, then colleagues, then we will have a skills program. A skills program we follow the same exercise. However, with the skills program, we will not talk about assessment, summative assessment, right? We don't talk about summative assessment. But with skills program, assessment happens within the training institution, right? Then we're gonna go to the other things I have already spoken about, scoping exercise and the like. Now I want us to talk about the status of the fire safety plans examiner skills program. I've already indicated that we need to update the assessment standards. But once the assessment standards have been updated, I want to believe that the skills program will be approved. And now, okay, the whole program, the curriculum document as well as the qualification document will be submitted to the QCTO once we have finished the entire developmental process. The QCTO will then evaluate, they will give us comments, we act upon the comments. If they say, Elsie, change this and there, I'll do that. But if it's technical related, I will communicate this to the QCTO, to the LD-SITA, to call upon subject matter expert to come and assist in addressing the comments that the QCTO would have made. If it's technical related, something outside my scope. Once approved, it gets registered, and now the key message to the firefighting industry as well as SAIA. Okay, the process I have already mentioned that requires your involvement, commitment, LC is not a subject matter expert. For you to ensure standardization of training, you need to participate, you need to contribute, you need to give feedback. When documents are circulated, you must give us feedback to ensure that everything will be standardized. People who are in Limpopo, wherever, they will be trained against same standards. And I can only get same standards if we all contribute and say, this is what we want in this qualification. Competent practitioners who will have been trained against the same similar standard. Standardized training, there will be a formal program that all training providers will train against, having been accredited. Improved service delivery within your industry to ensure safety of the community in this country. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the QCTO ensures standardization, quality assurance, and industry alignment. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was so wonderful. I'm going to eat a little bit of your tea time. You've got 30 minutes tea time. I think it's enough, right? So I can use 2 minutes of it. We are running over by 3 minutes, so it's effectively 5 minutes. This is so exciting. I mean, SAIA is actually, with our own INSITA, we are looking at recreating the College of Insurance. And we've been working at it for 4 years, but actively for 2 years. So it's been a journey, and we've, you know, I didn't even know the differences in terms of what is a qualification from a university and a qualification from a skills program. So I'm so grateful for the opportunity that you've shared with us. We will ask the questions. I'm sure there's lots of questions from our colleagues after we've finished the day, so we can keep time. So thank you so much. Enjoy your tea.
Of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver
from Bridget Fire. He's going to give us his nuggets of knowledge, and I hope you'll be attentive and participate later when we have time to do a Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ooh, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. This is a shortened version of the full presentation, but sorry, let me just get it active. There we go. So we're going to fit this into the time slot of 15 minutes, so let's get going. Okay, so water mist. I don't know if you guys have worked with water mist before, and what is the hype about water mist. I'm going to try and unpack it now. Okay, so when you talk of water mist, there's different views of what is defined as water mist. So in essence, many see water mist where there's water droplets less than 1 millimeter in diameter. NFPA certainly takes that stance, but when you start looking at the science of water mist, the smaller the droplet sizes, in many ways, the more effective your water mist system becomes. So there's a lot of solutions that's situated around your 10 micron to about 70 micron in droplet sizes. So what is the biggest thing about water mist? Why is it so important? So the droplet size is where the crux of the matter is. When you look at a normal water droplet, that's typically a 10 millimeter droplet in diameter, you have a combined surface area of 314 square millimeters. So typically that's what you get from your sprinkler heads. So when you start dropping that same amount of water into smaller droplets, the effect that you have is you have a far larger surface area that comes into play. And when you start talking about fire extinguishing and firefighting, the surface area of the water is what matters. The surface area is what reacts to the heat, and that is what causes the water to evaporate, and the process of evaporation, as you all know, is the absorption of heat. So if you start looking at that same amount of water, a one droplet of 10 millimeter diameter, and you compare that to a 10 micron size droplets, you're talking of 1 billion droplets or 1 billion water droplets as opposed to one. And the impact is 300,000 times, 100 times more surface area to play with. And that is the primary reason why water mist becomes such an effective firefighting agent. So for the science guys, the bigger the surface area and the evaporation of the water, the more energy gets absorbed. And that is basically the biggest reason why water mist becomes more and more popular. There's also a very important factor to remember. When water turns into water vapor, there's also a volume expansion of the water. And that has a secondary effect for firefighting. It's called local inerting of the system. So what it does is it then displaces the oxygen around the surface area of the fire, and combined with the cooling effect, adds to the firefighting capability of it. Okay, so this is just a little bit of the science. So let's unpack this with the details. So you have the cooling effect, so you've got your evaporation that absorbs the heat, and the smaller the droplet sizes, the more effective is that heat absorption. Just interesting to take note, the bigger the droplet sizes, the more probable you will have water droplets hitting the hot surfaces. Now we all know what happens with water droplets hitting hot surfaces. You get thermal shock. The smaller your droplet sizes, you get the evaporation before it hits the hot surfaces, and because of that evaporation, you don't get that same thermal shock as well. So that's another benefit of the smaller water particles. I mentioned the displacement of oxygen. Because there's a factor of 1,650 times from the displacement, that pushes the oxygen molecules out of the way. You'll have water molecules in its place, but the water itself does not contribute to fire. The oxygen does. Because you push the oxygen away, that causes your system to be more effective. You do need sometimes, depending on a risk, to have the larger droplets to also get to the surface. So there are cases where you do need larger droplets to penetrate the fire and to also then be in contact with the surface itself. Okay, so What that then means is there is a design is based on what your risk requires. Just to put it in a graph, what is the impact of the oxygen displacement? Typically, within a matter of a couple of seconds, typically less than 40 seconds, but sometimes even faster, you've got a rapid drop of oxygen concentration. Now, that oxygen concentration is not measured at the point of the fire, that's measured in proximity of the fire. So what happens at the contact point is you've got total inerting effect, which means where the chemical reaction happens, less and less oxygen occurs, and it actually is starving the fire from oxygen as well. So what is the cooling effect? So if you look at a surface temperature of, let's say, 600 degrees, where the fire is burning, within that same 40-second period, you actually have a drop to 50 degrees, whatever. And that is easily verifiable through tests that we've conducted, but this has also been done at both FM, UL, VDS, and Ian laboratories under their conditions. All right, so 500 degrees in less than 40 seconds, that's relatively effective. Okay, so when we look at the types of water mist systems, there is different pressure rating systems. So you get what we call a high pressure water mist system, which is typically your 34.5 bar or greater. Your intermediate pressure, which is between 12.1 bar and 34.5 bar, and then you have the low pressure water mist systems. Now you may ask, does pressure matter? So let's look at that. So tests were done by Johnson Controls, where they looked at the third-party approval data, and it's very important. It's not their test data; it's the third-party approval laboratories data, and they basically looked at the effectiveness of the different pressures. There are differences in terms of how it is generated and what is your water flow rates. But at the end of the day, and we'll get to that now, this is just the standards to which it was tested to, and the fire test protocols that they actually conducted on. So what you can see is this is actually a highly tested system. And for that reason, they carry FM approvals for data centers, for machine spaces, for cable tunnels, etc. Okay, so just to get a better understanding, we all know the different fire classes. Water mist is suitable for most of these fire classes except class D. Okay, so does pressure matter? The low pressure versus high pressure test environment, they've used the IMO 913 local application test standard for a class B machine space. Different sizing, in the end, a 12 bar system versus 100 bar system. The water density differed by 12%. It's not a major difference. What you can notice is the amount of water used. So 1 liter per minute per square meter versus 0.88 liters per minute per square meter. Now, if you consider the spacing 4x4, so that's your nozzle spacing. So with the high pressure systems, your nozzle spacing is smaller. So typically with high pressure, then because your nozzle spacing is smaller, you would need more nozzles, and hence the cost does differ So low pressure versus high pressure, there is a cost difference, but from a functionality perspective, it's marginal difference. And in the end of the day, it doesn't matter which way you go. You have to look at what is the risk and what the risk requires. Second test was for ordinary hazards, a Class A hazard. The test criteria was slightly different. So from the low pressure perspective, they used the FM test criteria, and on the high pressure CEN, the European test criteria. Again, a 7.6 bar system versus a 70 bar system. The difference is in the flow rates. So 1.7 liters per minute per square meter versus the 2.2 liters. Water density difference was 20% less. Okay, so in this case, low pressure it's swinging on the low pressure side. So when we look at the different flow rates on the nozzles, you've got your different K factors. So that at least gives you an idea of what the biggest difference is between the nozzles. The pressures ranging from below 10 bar to close to 100 bar. Your spacing, how it differs from the approval perspective, and then the coverage area. So what you'll notice is with the high pressure, you typically can get a higher coverage with your high pressure nozzles compared to your low pressure. Your flow rates is where the biggest difference is, and then your flux density of water is slightly higher the higher the pressure. Okay, so what is the net result? Your low pressure water densities typically is 20% less than high pressure. Okay. So if we then look at what's the difference between sprinkler heads. Oh, my time finished. Okay. There's much more. Okay, 100%. So just quickly, if you look at the flow rates that are for your low pressures versus sprinkler, the big difference with water mist is you use less water. That is one of the most significant differences because you can fight a fire with less water. Okay, so when you look at your for building protection versus machinery spaces, there's specific nozzles for specific applications. That's part of the certification. So when you look at a design for a machine space versus a building space, the design is different. Typically with machine spaces, you've got open piping, you've got a total, almost like a flooding principle. It's not a flooding system. It is a local application system, but it does give you full coverage of the machine space, whereas in building protection, it's similar to sprinklers, where the heat is, that's where you have the activation. Okay, this is the last slide. So this, just in summary, your droplet size makes a difference. The ULF is the most common used system because that's the biggest benefit from cost versus application, and also the most suitable for most environments. You get a fog system for very small, it uses very small orifices. That's typically where it goes higher pressure, and then the sonic system often then utilizes gas as well, so it's a dual flow. So you have nitrogen with the water droplets, which just makes it more effective in firefighting. Okay, so for Class B fires, smallest droplet sizes gives you the best performance. For Class A fires, you'd sometimes require the heavier droplets for deep-seated cooling. Okay, I hope that helps. Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so educational. I remember when I was a broker and I had to go with a surveyor with my client to explain what risk management improvements they needed to do, and they were in the Eastern Cape. So the water pressure was an issue, and it was a publishing house, and it's storing books. And I remember him explaining how the fire would be doused with the sprinkler system, and I remember everything was just going above my head. So today I got really a good education, and now what I learned then more than 20 years ago is making more sense now. So thank you so much for that. The next speaker is overview of NFPA 551 standard by Lingley Carrolls, University of Pretoria. Thank you so much, sir. If you can join us.
No, yesterday didn't correct. Yesterday didn't correct.
Apologies, guys. The flu these days is actually like for 2 or 3 weeks. It's not the usual 5 days. So professionalizing fire risk assessment or fire risk assessors through doing fire risk assessments. This is actually to look at professionalizing the industry. Which one? Okay.
Technology.
Or you want me to? All right. Okay, so today's presentation focused on the professionalization of fire risk assessments with reference to, I reference the BS as well, the BS British Standard 686/74, and then also the National Fire Protection Association 551 Guide on Evaluation of Fire Risk Assessments. So guidance also with regards to the Institute of Fire Safety Managers, of which I'm a member of. All right, so with regards to professionalizing this, or get myself as a registered person or qualified person, I actually registered with this body in the UK. All right, so the presentation is designed for approximately like 30 minutes, but this is a huge type of umbrella that we should actually cover. But in a space like this, I think through networking, we can actually deliberate, and actually, most of the time I will speak to Marius about this whole concept as well. And we started talking about this a couple of years ago already. So why professionalization is necessary, also competency requirement, which will be important, regulatory expectations, risk of unqualified assessments, also the future direction of fire risk assessment as a in the profession itself. Professionalizing fire risk assessment, so it's building competence and accountability in the public sector, and build public trust as well. So the objectives would be the importance of competent fire risk assessors, the purpose of BS 86/74, the role of NFPA 551 in fire risk evaluation, the impact of poor quality fire risk assessment, the value of certification and professional standards, the future of fire risk assessors competency framework as well. We will look at that. So why professionalizing or professionalization actually matters is fire risk assessment saves lives. Poor fire risk assessment can result in loss of life, of which most of the insurers do not actually want to happen, especially property destruction as well. Legal liability aspect of it, business interruption, regulatory enforcement, and also reputational harm of specific industries, companies, etc. Alright, for me being in a university, for instance, if something goes wrong, it will be at at the end of the day, reputational harm, and you do not want that actually to happen. Professionalization ensures consistency, also competency, accountability, of which a lot of people run away from these days. All right, it's just on the compliance factor of things. Accountability, it's not my work. I'm not a sound person, etc., etc. Name blaming, ethical practices, and also then public confidence. An example for the Grenfell Tower, and this is actually related to what the BSI standard actually incorporated, because there was a lot of flaws with regards to fire risk assessors actually making mistakes, all right? And then also from a legislative part of view, when, for instance, external finishing were not looked at properly, all right? So this was actually like an eye-opener at the end of the day of how fire safety practices or the fire rational design development actually needs to take place, all right? Because this, in history, this was the first fire that I see, and I was in the fire service for 19 years, and some of my colleagues is actually sitting here as well, worked against physics, all right? So they had to actually learn out of the mistakes, and actually that's why this standard in the BSI standard was actually developed. So in 2017, Grenfell Tower fire exposes major failures in fire safety management, building compliance, and that is the one they actually reviewed directly after that fire. Competency of assessors, risk communication, and then also regulatory oversight. I think that case is still ongoing now at this stage. So this tragedy actually accelerated regulatory reforms, which was done, competency frameworks, third-party certification, all right, and then also demand of qualified fire risk assessors. So with regards to what a fire risk assessment actually entails, it's a systematic evaluation of fire hazards, fire risk, existing controls, and additional measures required to protect people, property, and then operations as well. Core objectives is to identify the hazards, identify persons at risk, evaluate existing controls that's actually in that specific occupancy or environment or business that you find yourself in, determine additional controls or control measures that you can actually add on to. If a minimum requirements actually tells you this, you can go above that and actually make it much more safer in what the minimum requirements of example Sense 10400 Part T actually exercise, what you need to exercise. Record your findings, and then also you review periodically in the sense that if that control measures are actually being taken care of, all right, or implemented. And it comes down to engineering controls that you need to upgrade. Okay, one of my challenges, and I hope this is not, all right, is historic buildings, all right. That is a huge impact with regards to upgrading of fire protection, all right. It needs to, you need to wait, for instance, for a project to actually be registered to work on a historic building, all right. It takes 3 or 2 months for that committee to actually approve if there's no phase changes of the building itself, of which the interior of the building then can actually be changed according to, and then upgraded as well with regards to what a fire risk assessment identify with regards to shortcomings, all right. The problem with unqualified assessors, industry challenges, all right. So historically, many fire risk assessments were conducted by untrained individuals, consultants without practical competency, persons lacking building fire safety knowledge, which is important. Consequences included inadequate fire evacuation strategies, misfire hazards, and that is actually like misfire hazards in the sense of I identify that there is a shortcoming with regards to fire protection in that specific occupancy or place. Non-compliant recommendations. I mean, if you need to read the standard, then the standard actually tells you this needs to be in place. And that standard is developed by an act. You understand? So with regards to your knowledge or base knowledge, you need to read what legislation actually entails. All right. I'm having a lot of problems, for instance, with fire engineers. All right. Okay. Mechanical engineers regarded fire engineers. All right. Where you have a certain direction that you want to go into, and then they go the other way. All right. Where I say, for instance, put in a water mist system, yeah, but the water is electric conducted. Actually, you do not even know what the theory behind a water mist system is. No, there will be runoff of water. Which water are you actually going to talk about when it's actually in the nozzle, droplet size of 10 microns or 100,000 microns? They do not know the physics behind the expectation of a fire suppression system like that. False sense of safety, that's also one. You really actually need to have proper knowledge with regards to the fire aspect. When you're looking at your qualifications and the fire physics, the fire behavior, how a building will actually respond to fire. And I think that is something that actually need to be incorporated also in the engineering factor. On from an academic point of view, how that also need to be factored in. All right. Especially those guys that actually qualify in developing fire suppression systems for MHIs, for instance. All right. Okay, so introduction to BS 8674, just a brief. All right. I know I'm doing on NFPA 551. So because the thing is the BSI standard are much more, how can I say, leaders in this fire risk assessment. I was even looking at like places in the US, for instance. But if you actually finish up a qualification called the fire inspector, all right, you actually go through levels, and in certain levels you can assess only certain things as a fire risk assessor. But these guys are more like in the leaders in these types of things. Framework for competency individual fire risk assessors, and the purpose is defines competency requirements for fire risk assessors, establish measurable standards, creates professional career paths, and support regulatory compliance. Developed in response to building safety reforms, industry competency gaps, and then also a demand for verified assessors. What the standard actually covers, the standard expects assessors to understand building construction, understand occupancy risk, right? Because there's different occupancy classifications. Evaluate fire hazard systematically, recommend suitable controls, interpret technical documentation, and then also assess fire prevention and fire protection systems. All right, and that is from an alarm system to a water spray system, and including all types of fire sprinkler systems as well. All right, so competency levels in BSI that come to this, where you can actually, or you qualify in 3 competency levels, and then as you go with regards to building up qualifications in fire, all right, you can actually advance to a certain level, and that's why I like the British standard, because they actually grade you in specific areas of expertise. So as your knowledge actually starts growing and going through courses and training, you are actually graded to another level. So on foundation phase, it's low-risk buildings, small offices, shops, right? And I mean, most of the insurance guys actually do surveys and stuff. All right, so if it comes down to that, or you intern, you will start with these types of occupancies. On an intermediate level, medium complexity buildings, public buildings, mid-rise residential properties, and then also in the third phase is advanced phase, where you're actually looking at much more complex occupancies, care houses like health facilities, etc., large residential blocks, which are, I think, COJ is here. Where's Jasmine? If you're looking at fire risk assessments or fire compliance with regards to Johannesburg at this stage, I do not know. All right, I walk past there because I lecture there during the week at a college on occupational safety, and I just have a look with regards to. I'm happy you guys are busy with water upgrades there. All right, new pipelines, stormwater drainage, etc., etc. But if you're looking at the conditions of buildings, some of them are very, very unlivable. All right. One fire in there, and I do not know. I hope there's nothing happening there. The last fire took lives. All right. But like, okay, multiple occupancy buildings, all right? That is also a huge challenge and complex when you actually assist them, assist that type of risk, all right? And then also the high hazard ones, when you actually start moving to, or you have a much more stronger type of knowledge behind you with regards to qualifications, your standard actually increase with regards to what you will observe as a fire risk assessor then, all right? So what does BS 8634 does not cover is fire engineering design, but I do not think that that actually can be incorporated with regards to what a fire risk assessor is actually all about. When you're looking at the scope of what you should actually do, you can do recommendations with regards to engineering controls, all right, but not the engineering part. Invasive inspections, and then also external wall fire appraisals, fire system maintenance. That's not a fire risk assessor. A fire risk assessor will audit and see that that work was not done, okay, and it needs to be done in the compliance what the standard actually says, all right. So that is a finding, all right. Specialists, high hazard facilities. I think it's a little bit debatable, because if you're looking at a fire risk assessor, not actually covering those categories of assessments, if you're looking at the mining sector, for instance, we need to actually then broaden our knowledge with regards to that. And I think, for instance, like me, I actually did a lift regulation course with regard, which is SANAS accredited, for instance, with TUT. And I needed to do that course with regards to a lift inspector, all right? So for me actually gaining that knowledge, all right, I need to be mentored by somebody that's already in industry, all right? So mentorship will actually play much of a bigger part also with regards to professionalizing this actual subject matter, all right? And then also it focuses specifically in the visual assessor competence. It's not like a team or whatever the case may be. You there alone, I mean, for the many fire risk assessment that I've conducted with, when I was still with FPASA, it's what I actually observe, all right? But I always say like two pair of eyes is better than just one, all right? And that is when I actually mentored Kyle and Kashan, it's not actually a Sarel, etc. All right, they need to learn from somebody that is actually in this for some time, okay? All right, so NFPA 551, a guide for evaluation of fire risk assessments, published by the National Fire Protection Association. The purpose is to provide guidance for evaluating fire risk, encourages structured methodologies, promotes evidence-based assessment, which is important, supports decision making, and then also it emphasizes on scientific reasoning. When you're looking at fire investigation, you need to do a methodical type of, needs to be exercised on, all right? Also a risk-based analysis, documentation integrity, and then also competent evaluators. So the core principles of 551, hazard identification, looking at fuel sources, ignition sources, oxygen availability. On the risk evaluation part, probability of occurrence, all right? And this is where I think Rudzani will actually cover it with regards to models, all right? The risk matrix, development of risk matrices, all right? You can develop one if you are actually in that higher level. I actually worked with South 32 a couple of months ago with regards to the development of a risk matrix. And the number one thing that I actually put up there was regards to like consequences, and the consequences exist with regards to financial losses if a fire actually do occur, all right? So if I have lost of 1 hour or 2 hours in the mining industry, say for instance this is manganese, all right, 2 hours of stoppage, all right, or section 52 from DMR, all right, they will have financial losses, and that's the consequences of non-compliance on safety, all right, fire safety. And then also consequences of fire and performance-based thinking, understanding real-world fire behavior. And then most of our fire engineers actually do not understand the dynamics of fire behavior. And they just say, okay, no, we can actually have a bookshelf 300 millimeters from a ceiling height. And I say, okay, so what's your reasoning behind that? How can you not actually check what the risk is associated with that? The regulation tells you stack this, all right? But there's no definite one that actually say you can stack a bookshelf 2 or 3 or 250 millimeters from a ignition source like a light fitting, all right? So that's the technicalities of being a fire risk assessor. Documentation, also reliable, and feasibility reports. That's also important with regards to your audit, when your fire risk assessment, when you're done with it as well. I like defending my fire risk assessments, for instance, because you will always have the plant engineer or the mining engineer there, and then the mechanical guy that's actually asking all random questions, but look at the reasoning behind my my thinking, all right? Because your knowledge of fire is not that extensive. You're an engineering background, but fire, leave it to the experts, you know? All right, also competency requirements for fire risk assessor, and I do not want to step on toes and stuff like that. Myself and Maris had like a nice conversation now as well, all right? I think with regards to competency, it's not to actually pinpoint people that is doing work unlawfully in the industry. You understand? So if you do have a formal qualification or you've built up skills throughout the years, all right, I'm happy with that, all right? It's just that from a legal liability standpoint of view, if something actually do go wrong, you need to defend yourself, okay? So with regards to competent fire assessors, fire science knowledge, understanding of legislation, which is important, right? Because that's your Bible. Sense 10400 Part T, that's your Bible, all right? And there's FM global guidelines. There is international standards. NFPA, for instance, I don't know, I think they are on 11,000 already, somewhere around there. Okay, I like to get in contact with the people from Marsh as well, because they also have like insurance requirement, SOPs and standards that they actually want you to actually follow, all right? Because if you have you actually in compliance with what the minimum standards actually says, the insurer will also come with an insurance requirement, all right? It's just to actually protect property and then life as well. So knowledge of building construction, that's important. Fire protection knowledge, systems knowledge, but you see your risk assessment methodology that you will be using, or approach that you will use to assess a specific occupancy or specific high hazard or ordinary hazard. You need to have some method how I actually will develop this fire risk assessment. Okay, ethical conduct skills, and then also communication skills, continuous professional development, and CPD. That's important, and I think that is where FPASA actually comes in assisting most of the insurers of developing the surveyors and stuff like that on a continuous basis. How many want to spam? 1, 2? I'm nearly finished. Also, the importance of certification, all right? For me, actually being a member in the UK, all right, I'm paying pounds for membership. I think Ruzani and them should actually, you know, organize it. Actually, fire risk assessors be here locally, all right? That UK actually just tells you, listen, you can work internationally or whatever the case may be, all right? But with regards to certification, it's verified competency, all right? Those guys just have a look at my qualifications and they said, member, straight. No deliberation and what in this. Because they look at the CV, I think maybe that time because on my CV it stands FPASA. So FPA in the UK is also a huge fraternity association. Ongoing assessments, commitment to professionalism, also accountability. So the benefits to clients will give you confidence in assessment quality, reduce liability exposure, improve compliance insurance. IFSM highlights certification as essential for improving industry standards. And then also professional conduct with regards to ethical responsibilities. Fire risk assessors must work with competency limits, remain subjective, avoid conflicts of interest. We know that happened a lot here in South Africa. You know, a friend of a friend. Maintain accurate records and then also provide honest recommendations, refuse unsafe practices, and professional ethics are central to public safety. And then also continuous professional development. Fire safety evolves continuously through new legislation, emerging technologies, lessons from incidences, update standards, building innovations. CPD activities may include training courses, industry seminars, professional memberships, and technical workshops, practical experience. Increasing legal accountability when you're looking at the regulatory framework. Competent organizations now expect competent assessors, document qualifications, verifiable experience, certification evidence, also quality assurance. In many jurisdictions, inadequate assessments can lead to prosecution. Duty holders remains also legally responsible. Relevance to the SA environment or market, professionalization aligns with occupational health and safety duties, fire brigade service requirements, building requirements, SANS fire standards, and an employer duty to care. South African organizations increasing require qualified assessors, and that is a lack in this country. For instance, competency verification, also defeasible fire risk reports. Current industry challenges, a shortage of competent assessors. I think this is actually with regards to what a skills development program actually is in actually having a formal qualification or like a university degree. Inconsistency also of assessment quality, lack of standard qualification or standardized qualifications. All right. I think with regards to RPL, years of experience, number of courses done, workshops actually done over the years, you can actually regulate and check how that person will actually form in that specific category. Complex building technologies, also now we're going green. When going green, there's a lot of leaks and stuff, floodings, electrical shorts come, etc. A building look beautiful from the outside, and on the inside, it's not what it's supposed to be. All right. So also limited technical experience. Emerging trends, digital inspection systems, AI assist analysis. I use like 4 or 5 programs with regards to when I actually develop my my reports these days, because I actually take a CAD plan and I actually put it up there, and then you write in all your requirements actually want with regards to shortcomings of fire protection or fire safety requirements on that specific, and it actually aid you with regards to how you actually approach this type of problems and get to solutions for the client as well. Integrated building system, safety systems, competency-based licensing, data-driven risk profiling, enhanced regulatory oversight. Professional standards will become increasingly important in future. All right. Key outcomes is professionalization, improve public safety, assessment quality, industry credibility, regulatory compliance, risk management, career development, and also client confidence. Ultimately, competency, or it saves lives. All right, key takeaways: fire risk assessment is critical to safety function. Competency must be measurable and verifiable. BS 8674 provides a structured competency framework. NFPA 551 promotes a systematic fire risk evaluation. Certification strengthens professionalism. Continuous development is essential. Professionalization improves safety outcomes. In conclusion, the industry moves towards higher accountability, measure competency, certified practitioner, evidence-based assessment. Stronger public trust will be actually then an advantage. Right. So the future belongs to competent, ethical, and certified fire risk assessors. All right. So thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you so much, Langley. I mean, that was so good. I think you've done most of the work for us in terms of where we're going to start. I know from an industry perspective, we have been in pursuit of a list of competent specialists in the fire space that we can have trust in terms of they will do the job. And why I'm saying this, and I might be shooting myself in the foot, and I see Richard is looking down, one of my members is like thinking, what are you saying, Pam? Is that I think we need assurance as an industry, from a non-life insurance industry perspective, that whatever we are insuring, we can depend that at least the bells and whistles from a compliance perspective has been complied with. I know that one of the other trade associations talking to property had a chat with Saya to say the requirement for a yearly occupational health and safety certificate is too onerous on our members. And the debate was, well, if you don't comply, which is a regulatory requirement, we don't need to chase you for it. What we are asking is we need assurance that you're actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. So this topic is very close to Saya's heart, and we're definitely going to take it forward. And by the way, Lindley, we also have a retiree repurposing program that Saya started with INSITA. And one of my pet insertions in there was a loss adjuster looking at non-motor. And when you say loss adjuster, it can be pre or post. So it's very important that before you actually incept a particular risk, you know exactly what the building condition is. So therefore, that particular skill is of great importance for the industry, and I think is very good for the country. So thank you for that. The next speaker is actually us, Saya, being the platinum sponsor. So I took a little bit more time just to inject in there that we've got our retiree repurposing program, which is great. It's been 3 years running. And Saya have INSITA has graciously sponsored us for that program. And it looks through different lines of insurance. But like I said, loss adjusting, it's empty at the moment. We didn't have a mentor, but we had mentees that wanted to do it. So I think I'm calling out for all the specialists out there to consider our retiree repurposing program, just to pay back to, the ones that are in the working space. I'm rushing and now I'm tripling over my words because Kabelo is looking at me like, finish, woman. Please come forward, Kabelo. So Kabelo is a colleague at Saya, and she will do our little 15-minute or 10 minutes, considering I took 5 of it. Thanks, Kabelo.
Morning, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so it's going to be very quick. I don't want to compete with grumbling tummies. So before I start, I think we've heard a lot about Saya, but I think I want to start with who we are. We don't have a presentation because we'll be quite quick, but I just thought to start with who we are. So the South African Insurance Association is a representative body for the non-life insurance industry. We represent the industry to all relevant stakeholders to ensure a sustainable and dynamic industry. Saya has 55 members, comprising all of non-life, so we are a non-life association, and we adhere to best practice and self-regulation. Our vision is to promote and represent the interest of the non-life insurance industry while leading and enhancing the efforts of the industry to become recognized and trusted as an important contributor to the South African industry. So that's just, I didn't want to get that wrong, but that's just a mouthful of who we are. And the reason we're here as a platinum sponsor is because we find one of the strategic links or pillars in the Saya world is fire. And we find fire to be something that the board and all our members are concerned about, and we are actively looking towards minimizing fire risk before it becomes a systemic risk. So fire and this presentation or this conference is quite close to our heart. As such, we've had strategic partnerships and MOUs. We've been partners with the FPASA for a while now. We're open to all sorts of industry partnerships that are beneficial for the industry. So we work with, for example, Green Cape and Sapphire for solar and lithium exposures and bringing that education to our members, to our industry. So we see this partnership as a long-term commitment. And as I said, fire is something that most organizations are quite vulnerable to. It's not just the loss of life. We also need to look at the future and the sustainability of business while we're in business, and that sustainability going forward. So the theme of the conference today being professionalizing fire risk assessments is quite apt, and I won't repeat what my colleague said about what we're doing in terms of College of Insurance or what we're doing in terms of mentorship programs, but that just shows how much SAIA is invested in making sure that there is accreditation, that there is skilled workers to be able to make sure that there's sustainability in our future. So we're looking at standard-led practices, we're looking at skills and accreditation, and also sector collaboration is something that is very important to us. I will now invite you, I guess I'll stop talking, but we are around the whole day. We're very happy to speak to organizations, see where there is opportunity for collaboration, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabela. That was great. Your lunch is 12 to 1. It's an hour. If we could be back at the room, I can't call it auditorium, by 1. Thank you so much. Okay.
Is up the stairs, the count, state of counting. I'm going to read it, because I'm not sure that I understand.
www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information.
Thanks, Pam. Let me just sort my own PowerPoint out here quick. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. I see I've got the siesta slot. So maak jy voel oogies toe or full tummies and heavy eyelids. So please bear with me. I'm also of the age where I need some assistance in actually seeing what I'm doing. So please bear with me if I have to do one of those. So good afternoon. All protocols observed. It's a privilege to be here in front of you today. And yeah, excited to share what we've been busy with. I've also got to figure this out, so give me 1 second. When this? I'm also a bit old, technology's also escaped me. What in? Middle one?
This is next slide. This is
Okay, in
previous slide.
case we make a mistake. All right. So, as I mentioned, it's great to be here with you all. There is little about fire risk landscape in South Africa, little doubt that the landscape in South Africa has changed significantly over the past decade. The risks confronting communities, fire services, disaster centers, and landowners today are increasingly complex and interconnected, and in many respects bear very little resemblance to those that existed a generation ago. Across the country, we are witnessing the convergence of several powerful trends. Climate variability is influencing fire behavior and contributing to longer periods of elevated fire danger in many areas. There is rapid urban expansion, forcing communities to expand into wild and urban interface environments, increasing the exposure of people, homes, businesses. At the same time, the country's economic dependence on infrastructure, such as energy networks, telecommunication systems, transport corridors, and water infrastructure has never been greater, making the consequences of fire events far more significant than the immediate danger they may have caused. Alongside these pressures, new and emerging risks are becoming part of the operational environment. Renewable energy infrastructure, battery energy storage systems, changing land use patterns, and increasingly interconnected infrastructure networks are introducing challenges that many fire services are only now beginning to encounter. Water security remains a growing concern in many regions, while changing weather patterns continue to test existing approaches to fire prevention, preparedness, and response. What makes this environment particularly challenging is not any single risk factor that acts in isolation, but rather the way in which they combine and reinforce one another. A major fire event today has the potential to affect communities, disrupt economic activity, impact environmental assets, and place significant strain on an already stretched public service. Increasingly, we are recognizing that fire is often not a standalone event. Major fires can fundamentally alter landscapes, damage vegetation cover, and destabilize soils, creating conditions that increase vulnerability to flooding, erosion, and other secondary impacts long after the flames have been extinguished. As a result, fire can no longer be viewed solely through the lens of that of the emergency response. Major fires can fundamentally alter landscapes, damage vegetation cover. As a result, fire can no longer be viewed solely through the lens of emergency response. It has become a resilience issue that touches multiple sectors and requires the involvement of a wide range of stakeholders. The challenge is that capability is not evenly distributed. Again, technology has escaped me. All right, I'll let you carry on with that. I'm going to continue. The challenge is that capability is not evenly distributed, nor can it be assumed to be permanent. In many areas, expertise is being eroded through resource constraints, capability limitations, and the loss of institutional knowledge. strengthening, sustaining that capability will be essential if the sector is to remain resilient in the years to come. Okay, my screen's also disappeared, so maybe they disconnected me because I was messing up. Let's see. So the question, therefore, is not whether we have capable people or committed institutions. The question is whether the system within which they operate are evolving at the same pace as the risks they're being asked to manage. Oh, technology, I know. Okay, great. Thank you. Across the country, we are seeing increasing risks, growing operational demands, constrained resources, and mounting pressure on organizations responsible for managing this risk. At the same time, many of the legislative, institutional, and funding mechanisms that support the sector have not evolved at the same pace as the risk environment itself. This is particularly evident in the way fire service and fire protection associations are funded, where the absence of sustainable and fit-for-purpose funding models continues to undermine the long-term resilience. The consequences are becoming increasingly visible. Aging infrastructure, equipment shortages, limited staffing, and growing maintenance backlogs are placing considerable strain on an already stretched service. In some areas, fire services are operating with remarkable dedication despite resource limitations that would even challenge the most capable organizations. And yet, despite these challenges, South Africa is not lacking in expertise, commitment, or passion. Across the country, there are dedicated firefighters, experienced fire officers, active fire protection associates, disaster management practitioners, conservation agencies, volunteers, researchers, private sector, all working tirelessly to protect communities that are at risk. The challenge is that these strengths are not always supported by systems that are sufficiently aligned, coordinated, or resourced to maximize their collective impact. As a result, many of the challenges we observe across the sector, whether capacity constraints, equipment shortages, preparedness gaps, or increasing losses, these are often symptoms of a deeper systemic issue rather than the issue themselves. So I pose this. South Africa does not have an expertise or willpower problem. It has a systems alignment issue. What became increasingly apparent, however, was the need for a dedicated organization focused on strengthening collaboration, supporting resilience building initiatives, and helping to bridge the gap between strategy and implementation. It was against this backdrop that insurance industry leaders Santam, Hollard, and Old Mutual Insure came together to establish Supporting Fire Services South Africa as an independent, non-profit organization. Importantly, Supporting Fire Services, or SFS, is not here to replace existing or create parallel structures or assume operational responsibilities. Our purpose is to complement and support the work already being undertaken across the sector. By operating as an independent structure, SFS is able to engage across sectors, facilitate partnerships, advocate for systemic improvements, and support programs that contribute towards long-term resilience. The vision was clear: to create a clean, lean, agile organization that could help connect stakeholders, support targeted interventions, and advocate for improvements that strengthen the border fire ecosystem. Ultimately, our role is catalytic. We seek to support the people, the partnerships, and systems that make effective fire management possible. So what is Supporting Fire Services, really? So we're not a fire service. We're not a regulator, and we are not a compliance authority, or replacement for the many organizations who tirelessly work and are operating within South Africa's fire space. Rather, we were established as an independent, strategic enabler focused on strengthening this resilience across the broader system. Our role, as I mentioned, is catalytic, supporting collaboration, facilitating those partnerships, and advocating for improvements where necessary, and helping to unlock opportunities that strengthen fire resilience over the long term. This means working across traditional boundaries. This is to bring stakeholders together around a common objective, support knowledge sharing, connect expertise with need and help that creates the conditions in which this resilience can then be strengthened. It also means contributing to conversations around the issue that shape long-term resilience. It's including funding, legislation, policy, and institutional effectiveness. While FSF is not a policy-making body, there is an important role for evidence-based advocacy that helps elevate critical issues and support systemic improvements. Ultimately, supporting fire service exists to strengthen this ecosystem, rather than any single organization or function therein. Because if the challenge is complex and systemic, then creating lasting impact requires stronger partnerships, better alignment, and a collective commitment to resilience. At its core, SFS exists to help strengthen this resilience across South Africa's fire structure. Resilience is often spoken about as an outcome, but in reality it's a capability. It's the ability of communities, organizations, and systems to anticipate risk, prepare for disruption, respond effectively, and recover when incidents occur. For this reason, resilience begins long before the fire starts and continues long after it's been extinguished. It is reflected in how risks are understood, how infrastructure is planned and maintained, and how organizations prepare for emergencies, how effectively stakeholders coordinate during these incidents, and how quickly this recovery takes place afterwards. Reducing fire loss is therefore not simply a question of response capability. It requires strengthening of the broader system that supports prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. When resilience is strengthened, the benefits extend far beyond the fire service itself. Communities are safer. Critical infrastructure is better protected, environmental assets are preserved. Economic losses are reduced, and the organizations are able to spend more time reducing risk rather than spending time facilitating or sorting out crises. Importantly, resilience is not a benefit enjoyed by only one sector. The consequences of disaster are shared across communities, businesses, government, and the broader economy. When disaster strikes, we all feel it. As risk becomes more interconnected, so too does the value of resilience and collaboration. This is the opportunity that sits before us. Not simply to improve how we respond to fires, but to build a fire ecosystem that is better prepared, better connected, and more capable of managing the increasingly complex risks of the future. Because resilience is not something that happens by accident. It's built intentionally through investment, planning, capability development, and sustained commitment over time. This is the difference we want to see. Has this jumped a lot? Whoa, sorry guys, my apologies. Why didn't someone shout? Technology.
What you were saying made sense.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, that's the one I've just finished, okay. Right. So our strategic folk, please shout if it jumps again. We are clearly having technical issues today. The challenges facing us are complex, interconnected, and cannot be solved through any single intervention or any number of interventions singly. For this reason, SFS has adopted a strategic approach that focuses on strengthening the broader system rather than addressing individual challenges in isolation. This approach is built around three interconnected pillars: connecting stakeholders, enabling action, and strengthening resilience. Connecting stakeholders recognizes that some of the greatest opportunities for progress lie in improved collaboration, stronger partnerships, and the effective sharing of knowledge, expertise, and resources. Enabling action is about helping to create the conditions in which good ideas, innovative solutions, and worthwhile initiatives can succeed. This includes advocacy, partnership development, and supporting opportunities that have the potential to deliver broader systemic benefits. Strengthening resilience focuses on building the capacity, preparedness, and long-term sustainability of the people, organizations, and systems that collectively contribute to fire resilience. Underpinning this approach is the belief that supporting fire services should act as a catalyst, helping to unlock opportunities and create impact that extends beyond the scale of any individual intervention. Because if the challenge is complex and systemic, then the solutions must extend beyond individual projects and be equally integrated in contributing towards strengthening the system as a whole. Our strategic approach can be translated into three interconnected program areas, each designed to strengthen resilience. Okay. Come and stand like this. Okay. Connecting stakeholders. Okay, so approach is built around three interconnected pillars: connecting stakeholders, enabling action, and strengthening resilience. Connecting stakeholders recognizes that some of the greatest opportunities for progress lie in improved collaboration, stronger partnerships, and effective sharing of knowledge, expertise, and resources. Enabling action is about helping to create conditions in which good ideas, innovative solutions, and worthwhile initiatives can succeed. This includes advocacy, partnership development, and supporting opportunities that have the potential to deliver. Am I talking the same thing? Sorry, my apologies. This jumping is... Okay, sorry. Our first focus is on capacity, development, and advocacy. Resilience is ultimately built through people. For this reason, we support leadership development, training, knowledge sharing, and initiatives that strengthen capability across the sector. Equally as important is the advocacy. Many of the challenges facing fire services and fire protection agencies are systemic in nature, which requires engagement on issues such as funding, legislation, policy, and institutional effectiveness. While SFS is not a policy-making body, we believe there is an important role for evidence-based advocacy that helps elevate issues, encourages collaboration. Okay, the second program focuses on technical support and service. This program is centered on strengthening prevention, preparedness, planning, and risk reduction, helping organizations build the systems and capabilities required for effective service delivery. And the third program focuses on resourcing. Resilience requires more than equipment alone. It requires sustainable capability. Through strategic partnership and targeted interventions, this program seeks to support long-term readiness and address identified needs where they can have the greatest impact. Our objective is not simply to deliver programs. It's to create the catalytic impact by strengthening the people, the partnerships, and the systems that contribute to a more resilient South Africa. So what are we doing now? Over the last few months, we've been operational for nearly a year now, but over the last few months, South Africa, SFS has focused on building partnerships and supporting initiatives that align with both national priorities and our catalytic approach. While advocacy remains an important and ongoing component of our work, we are launching programs that address capacity and capability development. This includes incident management and ICS training, leadership development, and facilitating knowledge sharing across the sector. We are excited to be partnering with FPASA to deliver some training later in the Eastern Cape as one of our programs. We're also supporting initiatives aimed at strengthening risk reduction and preparedness, including launching a fire hydrant program, wildfire readiness activities, awareness campaigns, and broader discussions around proactive approaches to fire risk management. Across all these areas, our focus has been on identifying opportunities where targeted interventions, strategic partnerships, and collective action can create broader and more sustainable impact. While we are still at the beginning of this journey, we are encouraged by the partnerships that have been formed, the opportunities that are emerging, and the growing recognition that resilience is a shared responsibility. The reality is that no single organization owns fire risk, and no single organization can solve it. Fire resilience depends on a wide range of stakeholders working towards a common objective. Municipal fire services, disaster management centers, fire protection associations, conservation agencies, communities, academia, industry, insurers, private sector, all levels of government, everyone has a role to play. South Africa already possesses expertise, experience, and a lot of willingness across the sector. The challenge is not necessarily the absence of these strengths, but rather how effectively they are aligned and leveraged towards common goals. Too often, organizations are working hard on similar problems, but in isolation from one another. Valuable knowledge is not always shared, partnerships are not always fully leveraged, and opportunities to achieve greater collective impact can be missed. We also see programs implemented in much-needed areas, but they fail to integrate into and build the systems that already exist. For SFS, collaboration is therefore not simply a principle, it's a practical necessity. We're not talking about PPPs or public-private partnerships that socialize the risks and privatize the benefits. We're talking about public interest partnerships. But that's a whole other subject, and I do have a time limit, so. We believe that the greatest opportunities for strengthening resilience lie in connecting people, organizations, and initiatives that already exist, helping to unlock the collective value that is often greater than the sum of its individual parts. Because ultimately the risks we face are shared risks, and building resilience is a shared responsibility. As we look to the future, one thing is clear. The fire risk landscape will continue to evolve. Climate variability, urban expansion, increasing infrastructure exposure, and emerging technologies will continue to shape this environment in which fire services operate. The challenge facing the sector are unlikely to become simpler, and the need for resilience will only become more and more important. At the same time, these challenges create an opportunity to think differently about how we approach this fire risk. The future of fire resilience will not be built solely through emergency response. It will require greater emphasis on prevention, preparedness, planning, risk reduction, and collaboration. It will require stronger integration between public and private sectors, greater sharing of knowledge and experience, and a willingness to explore new approaches to old challenges. We will continue to identify opportunities where targeted interventions can create broader impact, support initiatives that strengthen resilience, and work alongside stakeholders who share the common objective of reducing the risk and protecting our communities. Ultimately, our success will not be measured by the size of our organization, but by the strength of the partnerships we build, the resilience we help enable, and the contribution we make towards a safer and more resilient South Africa. In closing, the risks facing South Africa's fire ecosystem are becoming increasingly complex. We know this. Climate variability, growing demands on fire services are all creating challenges that no single organization can solve on its own. Across the country, there are committed professionals, capable organizations, and passionate individuals working every day to strengthen resilience. The expertise exists. The commitment exists. The willingness to make a difference exists. The opportunity before us is not to build something new. It's to better connect, align, and support the strengths that already exist within this ecosystem. Because the future resilience of our communities will not be determined by the capability of any one organization. It'll be determined by how effectively we work together, how well we align around common objectives, and how willing we are to invest in the systems that enable long-term success. If we can strengthen collaboration, improve alignment, and continue investing in people, partnerships, and institutions that make resilience possible, then I believe we have an opportunity not only to respond more effectively to fire risk, but to fundamentally strengthen the resilience of our country. Because ultimately, resilience is not built by one organization, it's built collectively. Thank you. You can have that back.
Ja, die het.
Die moet nog broodmorjes en
Ja, maar
is toch nog morjes en John, nee.
ja.
Oké, gaan jij verder dan gaan wij.
So we're gonna swap the laptop.
Should I talk while you're doing that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that was really, truly awesome. I felt like you were doing a presidential speech. I felt like, I felt those goosebumps on my hands. You know, the Thabo Mbeki, I'm an African. It was on that same level. I just want to reiterate some of the words that you spoke, which I found very invigorating and very inspiring. When you talked about resilience as a shared responsibility, you talked about effective alignment, you talk about the public interest partnership, which is basically what SAIA also does. A lot of our projects have a public interest element. You talk about unlock the collective, which is greater than the sum of the individual parts. I mean, I've heard that said before, and you've beautifully put into place in terms of what you shared with us. And I loved also your targeted intervention element. I think if we collectively put our heads together and our resources and our IP together, we can actually solve this problem and support our fire services. So thank you so much. So the next presenter is talking about risk assessment, cycle and content. Mr. Marius Atterbury, the CEO of FPASA.
All right. So while we're trying to get yet another computer to talk to the screen, let me quickly squeeze in a big thank you to, firstly, my board and the support I get from them to every year run this session. Thank you to all of you. Good. two board members surrounding me and supporting me directly here today. Some of the others are, there's more technical assistance coming. Some of the others are all over the country taking care of their day jobs. And also our sponsors, you see the Bridget banners behind me. Saya, thank you very much as well. And just to have something a bit visual, our bag sponsor, thank you very much, SafeQuip. So there you go, some thank yous, which I realized this morning we didn't put on the agenda, and when I looked at it, it felt a bit weird to ask Pamela to thank herself, being one of the sponsors. Now, while they're playing with all of that, I'm going to start kicking off. Being a little bit old school, I came prepared for when things go south, but there they are north again. Good, let's have a look. Yeah, you put that together. Thank you very much. I want to get... So we've got very few slides. I'm not going to rush through it, but as introduction, I just wanted to mention part of my thought pattern as from a FPASA point of view, we put this day together was to open the conversation. And I think it's been very well opened. We know that we have to end up in some form of a formalization. You've heard from 2 or 3 sectors, education, registration. I know that there's work ongoing in the professional firefighting environment, for example, through SAQA, to have professional registration happen there, which may or may not include, I haven't sat in on that work yet, some fire risk assessment elements. I don't know yet where that work is going. I know that the Engineering Council is working on the fire environment. So clearly we need to consider where are we going with this. Now, the thinking started when Nick from King Price asked me one day through an email, so how often should we go and do a follow-up risk assessment on a place? So now I've got something, I'm covering it, I'm looking at the fire risk environment. How often should I go back there? And there were some emails that went backward and forward. And from that, I've created what I'll call a thought piece for today. I don't have an answer for you. One thing that I will make sure, John, is that I don't take up your time as well. It's a private joke, don't worry. So I had a look at some comments around the cycle, how often, but then also, what do I go and have a look at? What's the content? So few slides, but one is on fire. And that's where, Pamela, if I get lost on that on fire one, you send Kennedy. Don't just try and get my attention. I'll be looking there the whole time. Good. Now, when you go into the standards that we've got available, we've seen SANS 10400 Part A, there is some mention of the building occupancies, and those are something that for my previous employer, my occupational health safety colleagues, I had to explain to them the whole time that when you read A1, B3, those are actually predetermined risk categorizations. Somewhere in the 1980s, around about, somebody sat down and they wrote the sentence, if you have this warehouse where things can catch fire easily, explode and give off gases that can kill you, we'll call it a J1. And then you go through a J2. If it can't catch on fire that easily but can still give off gases, we'll call it J2. So it's like a predetermined risk categorization. And one of the elements that we have to think about as we go forward is that's real old. Because today, if I go to a J4, which was maybe true for my dad's 1982 Ford Cortina 1.3, he downgraded from a Ford Cortina Big 6 to a Ford Cortina 1.3. But those two cars had very little plastic, lots of hard metal, and when they caught fire, the car next door never got warm enough to also catch fire. As that environment changed, a J4 is now a powder keg. We have to think about the changes that have come in. So is a J4 still a low risk as per those years? Not to speak of that we now have charging stations in those underground parking areas. Very interestingly, I picked up that New York City requires that charging stations for EVs should be in underground parking or covered parking areas. So our risk categorization exists. Then we go to Part E, and as I went through all of this, and there's actually a nice table in Part E that if you can read most of that. My screen's a little bit smaller in front of me. It gives me an indication of what is low risk, what is medium risk, what is high risk. But it's very linear for me when I look at that. I find that your modern day developments would have a shop and an office. So now I've got different occupancy classes in one building. And how do I now read this table? Do I go with the highest risk categorization? And the question was asked, if I now have a F1 shop, do I go back once a year? Every year I go and do a risk assessment there. So how often do I go back on the high risks? And is once a year appropriate for a high risk? Then if I have a mix, sorry, did I bring my water? No, I didn't bring my water. If I have a mixture, do I go with the highest risk? Thank you very much. There's so many waters down here. Just now I drink Elsie's water. Don't worry about it. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Good. So the question remains open. And then on top of that, I realized that the entire SANS 10400, Part A, Part T, anything, is really written for I'm a developer, I want to build something, and then I build it, and when I'm done, it doesn't tell me what I do with that building after that day. It actually is not interested in my building up until, under the building regulations, I changed the risk categorization, the use, the occupancy class. Then I have to go through a process again. But I might move into my building for 30 years, never change the. So now I'm stuck. Nobody tells me from a minimum legal compliance point of view that I need to do risk assessments, and you'll see, hopefully I'll make the point clear just now, that I need to do more risk assessments in that 20 years. I've done it, because look at the list of the things that they tell me in order for me to get my building signed off. I need to have those inspections / risk assessments. When you go to Annexure E, you'll see it's an informative one for one. It's not prescriptive. And then it tells me before the work starts, once the foundations are there, and so the list carries on, and it just stops. The list stops when my building's finished. So now the question remains open. How often do I go back? We need to think about the gap that exists in legislation. If you haven't heard me say this before, my personal opinion is very strongly that our solution lies within the Department of Employment and Labor and the Occupational Safety Act. I know most fire officials might not like that very much, but if you look at the UK model, which Lindley touched a little bit on, that's where they place it. You own the building, you make sure the building is safe. So right now, the Building Regulations and Standards Act comes from Department of Trade and Industry, places that onus on the building owner up to the day that it gets signed off. Now the building owner remains responsible, but the act is quiet. The National Building Regulations and Standards Act. I believe we need to get a regulation which then introduces that every building owner must have a fire risk assessment. The Brits have gone through many years of evolution and development, where at one point they prescribed how often a fire safety officer will come and do an inspection on your site. Then they realized they just don't have enough people to do that. And they placed the risk responsibility at what I believe is the right place, the risk owner. This is your building. I believe they've even gone to the point where they say if you're the contracted, you signed, you the occupier, that some of that responsibility can come to me, although the building is owned by company XYZ, as the user, certain parts, I'm putting the risk inside that building. I brought the risk into the building. So if we look at the British model and we can bring something like that in, then we can have a situation where very low risk environments, the building owner himself can do a basic risk assessment. You go into the UK websites and you'll find that basic risk assessment that I can go and do on my corner cafe. And then they give you risk categorizations where the things that Lindley showed us earlier, as the place becomes more complex, I need to prove my competency in order to give you a risk assessment that makes sense. And I haven't even come to the slide that is on fire. This picture on the left, it's got nothing to do with building risk assessments, but I couldn't help. I had to put it in here, and I might just use it any time and every time I get to talk about risk assessment in any format. It's not a Vespa. It's a German scooter, if you can make it out, but you will be getting all our presentations. It's got a massive fuel tank and then like a A-frame step ladder. And you see a firefighter doing firefighting through a window. Imagine doing the risk assessment in today's environment and saying, yeah, I'll do that. We already challenged in the occupational health safety environment that people want to convince the firefighter, don't take the chance. And being an ex-firefighter, we say, this is what I took on, is to take the chance for the other person's life. So give me a little bit of leeway, but I'm not sure if I would have climbed on that, just those two little wheels, and I thought that very interesting. I've actually addressed a lot of these things. I think we also had somebody touch on it, and I mentioned my dad's Ford Cortinas. I couldn't mention my dad's Ford Capri because he never bought that. He had a family. Ford Capri is a two-door car. I see there's a few of you in the room that understand that. And then the other thing that I picked up from this Annexure E is that it's looking at, I'm busy building a building to be safely occupied, and it is multi-risk environment. Am I putting in the right glazing? It's not just fire when you look at SANS 10400. It's multi-risk faceted. And maybe from a certain environment, not just maybe, we need to think about the risk assessments we're talking about being that multifaceted. And we're sitting in the room with a very fire-focused cap on. But as I walk through the place, I certainly remember doing that as a fire safety officer when I walked past the glazing element that was larger than 1 square meter with no marking on it. I told the building owner, that needs to be fixed. From an insurance point of view, maybe you're not that worried about it because it's not a building loss issue. But if we can think broader than just the fire loss, and we can help people understand that when I go through this and I do this assessment, there are other risk elements that I would pick up on. It might not be my area of speciality, but I can at least point it out and get the people to get the right advisory persons in. But the whole Annexure E is written with looking forward, really. So I'm going to finish this project where when we get the building afterwards, there's an element of looking backward. And one of my best stories for that is when Colin Diner had his stag party. Some of you in the room would know who that name is. Colin was the head of operations, firefighting in Boksburg. I was head of fire safety. We took turns in doing operational standby. I was on standby. We had a styrofoam warehouse burned down to the ground when I was on standby. Yeah, okay, so the fire safety guy, maybe I got a bit of flack. Yeah, you don't know how to put out fires. But be that as it may. About 2 weeks later, Colin says, hey, I'm on standby. I'm going to marry this really nice girl. Do you mind taking my standby for me? I get a call from the styrofoam factory. We are on fire. Say, man, don't joke with me now. What is it that you want from me? They're really on fire. So looking back, the warehousing there, and they actually had CCTV footage as the fire started, and the cause of the fire was the butane gas that came off of the styrofoam as it was curing in the warehouse. That reached high bay lights. The people ran out to get extinguishers. When they ran in with the extinguishers, the whole warehouse is on fire. They've got a delivery, order to deliver. They get new raw product, they put it in the factory side. Guess what? Now, whenever, and if there's any of you in the room and you ever get a styrofoam factory, the rules in 10400T is not enough. You can put the sprinkler, that building had higher hazard sprinklers, detection, everything that you can think of. It wasn't enough. So from there onwards, if ever I got a styrofoam warehouse / factory, I told the guys, I'm sorry, bring me a design. I know what I would propose to you, but as the rule applier, the minimum legal compliance guy, I'm not going to tell you, give me this, give me that, give me that, because the way that the law works is I have to tell you as local authority at that time that the rules aren't enough for you. The only way you can get past that is bring me a design. I know what I would have done, and that had to do with smaller storage spaces, separation, and things like that. So we're sitting with the one thing that I can maybe go to is really from a risk assessment, not very useful to me. But we can go and have a look at it. It then came to a point where we said, well, maybe there's a way that we can package some of these risk elements together in the different occupancy classes, and then come up with an idea on how regularly we go back. And I've made my comments about that. If you have the capacity, look at that and see if you can build that into your regime. Otherwise, my personal belief is needs to be legislated, needs to be put with a real risk owner, and that person then needs to supply it from a minimum legal compliance. If you are not in the minimum legal compliance environment, but from a loss management, property protection environment, then you can go through a process to say, well, let me look at what the risk owner said. If I'm happy with that this year, let me tolerate the risk for another year. If I'm not quite happy, let me send somebody. Let me go and verify some information. Let me walk the floor. But then I had some interesting experiences in my most recent employer, where we even got some international guys pitching up. We had to have a look at the power station risks. And we ended up with one specific power station. When they build the power station, typically underground, it's not on ground level. There is a cable tunnel about 1 kilometer long. Cables can burn. And in this instance, power station was old enough. It still had combustible cables. First company pitches up, say, hey, you've got a problem. If this burns, your whole power station is out of commission. You'd better put in firewalls. Power stations, yes, yeah, we agree. We don't want to lose production here. They build firewalls. Next few years later, the insurance company changes. Next guy comes in. You got these firewalls, but you need to do something more. Put sprinklers in. The power station who owns the risks, okay. And they build a big old tank full of water, lots of pipes, and my mentor into Eskom called it rainforests. They create a rainforest. So, okay, now we got firewalls, fire doors with sprinklers. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. This predates me. Next thing, company changes again. Next person comes in and says, okay, this looks nice. Where's all the water going to go to once the sprinkler goes off? Nobody thought about that. But don't worry, we'll dig a trench under all the fire doors right through the 1 kilometer. All right, now we know how we drain the water out. And lo and behold, the company changes again. Because am I right? That's how it works. So the risk just gets passed on. The next guy says, oh, you've got firewalls, you've got sprinklers, but you've got a breach of the firewalls. What are you going to do about that? Now, that was in my time. Say nothing. Because if the fire breaks out, it can't get there, and that trench is full of water. We'll do nothing. Oh, okay, thank you. Here's your insurance. So, yeah, there's interesting things to consider. I'm a little anecdote about it. But we have to think about what do we do in terms of looking forward by also looking backward. All right, this is a slide that is absolutely on fire, and I'm going to try not to spread the fire too much. So when I think about buildings, there's very definitely a time that I'm going to put something up for use. Interestingly, without having insight in my presentation, Pamela, you touched on the thing. I have a guy that brings a plan to me and says, I want to build this building. What are you going to do with it? We're going to do storage of metal pipes. Okay, I assign a occupational class to it. I go through all the rules, and we come to, you'll see there to the right, deemed to satisfy. Okay, now I'm following the part T of SANS 10400, the deemed to satisfy rules. Everybody's happy. 3 years later, the steel storage guy decides, no, I found a cheaper place, or something happens. And the next I have somebody that builds wooden doors. They move into that place. Occupancy class has changed. Lots of things have changed. Definitely risk categorization has changed. The structure hasn't changed. But I have to now go and have a look at it. And potentially the deemed to satisfy rule isn't applicable anymore. According to the law, I can go back to step one and say, let's go to legal compliance again. Now you have to be compliant. But in all the time, we have this other element of, we got a big industry out there that's not really interested in you in terms of minimum legal compliance. They're interested in you as a building owner in terms of the risk that they are exposed to. And they might have come out and said, hey, you started not just storing the metal, but you hot dip it in oil here to harden it. So I need something extra here than the minimum legal compliance. Thank you, Pamela. I made a mistake and looked in her direction. So maybe somebody comes up with a rational design. And just for controversy's sake, I put the word mix in the middle there. Because now I'm compliant to deemed to satisfy rules on so many levels, but on this one hot dipping area, I do a design. Because there's nothing in 10.4 that tells me what to do exactly with this. And I'm going to have a mix. And when I come to the 20 years later that I'm still covering this risk, I'm still doing minimum legal compliance inspections, and I've slipped that word in, because at one hand, I'm doing risk assessment, but on the other hand, I'm trying to make sure that you comply with the law, which I'll call an inspection. But the principles are still risk assessment, and we need to put something in place there. So I've got who does what, is it life safety versus property protection? Again, I believe there is no versus. When you read the law, it says, get the people out, let the building stand. That's both. It's not an either or, it's a both and. It does make it clear that getting the people out is more important than the other stuff. So if I have a conflict between the two, life safety will win. But it doesn't mean that I then ignore the property protection. Yeah. Then I ask here to the left, and I've touched on that. There are times that I go beyond fire. And how do we accommodate that? How do we make sure? I believe that fire guys and girls can be taught how to look at the others, not having to become experts in them. And similarly, if somebody goes out with another subject matter hat on, that we can give them enough to understand the fire part. And I'll be as bold as to say I had enough positive outcome of that in Eskom, where I taught occupational safety people how to watch out for fire risk issues. Then competency, I think you got a good earful about that. Just a quick mention. There was no conflict between what Elsie mentioned and what Ruzani mentioned. I believe that we can very easily end up, after we've done this collaboration, with elements of people that do fire risk assessment that falls within the occupational arena. They do fire risk assessments and then have elements that progress into the higher education arena, and at a registration point, you just create the appropriate registration categorization, and you say, well, if you do this, we need to see your QCTO that. If you want to do this, we need to see your higher education that. So there doesn't have to be conflict. But this is where, especially Elsie, thanks for spending quite a bit of time on that, where we say we need that collaboration. This is just a brief look at something that a colleague of mine started coming up with in Eskom. I've cleaned it up a little bit. We're looking at ISO 31000, a couple of other elements. You could put together a fire risk assessment matrix that looks at just about any part of an occupied area to have a look. Are you complying? And what have you done to address? We found in many places where people didn't know about the rule, when they go through this, oh, I have to have my sprinkler system serviced and locked up with chains. A couple of weeks later, it's done. and they understand it's something they put into their maintenance record. And all of a sudden, your risk is much better managed. Because just by the way, I'm going to not use their name now. For many years, my previous employer focused purely on the power stations, because that's a multi-billion rand asset. And we were able to get them to understand that all of the other places, the little distribution and is collectively equally as important. So we got that education out there. Doing these assessments, whether it is the inspection for minimum legal compliance or the risk assessment to manage the risk, is very important. Ownership is a problem. And I've expressed where I believe that ownership should be. And man, just from the few bits and pieces that I stood still for 3 minutes, I hear the opportunities for collaboration and working together. And I believe that should take care of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marius. I loved how you put realism into a technical conversation when somebody's not technical, so thank you for that. And just highlighting some stuff that you mentioned. I loved when you went through the different scenarios with regards to risk classification, occupancy classes, and how the environments have changed. And I loved when you clarified that there's no conflict in terms of QCTO and SANAS, in terms of accreditation, professionalization, and how the two work together actually in sync. So it was beautifully put. And I put in as an action item talking about new regulation. And I smiled a bit when you talked about, like a prescribed fire risk assessment. If you tell an insurer that there's a prescribed fire risk assessment required by law, therefore, I don't need to take ownership of making sure that that building is in a good condition before I insure it. That will make our lives much easier from an insurance industry perspective. So thank you so much for that. I have left my little program, but the next gentleman who's going to speak is from the Eastern Cape PDMC. Yes, thank you so much.
Ja, moet hem van schijf van bonen toe. Ja. Okay.
Yeah, he's the one with the video.
Is the mic on? Yeah. The video.
Yeah, we'll check there when he gets to that slide.
Okay. Mic on. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I am John Alexander from the Eastern Cape Provincial Disaster Management Center. I'm the Deputy Director responsible for Fire and Rescue Services. So basically I'm going to talk about the importance of partnerships in enhancing disaster management and fire services, how through collaboration and partnerships we can improve and strengthen our responses, improve our risk reduction initiatives through our partnerships. So in today's evolving risk environment, partnerships and collaboration are critical to strengthening disaster management fire services. So we've seen that by working together as government, emergency services, private sector, academia, communities, excuse me colleagues, I've got some flu now, enhance preparedness, improve coordinate responses to build resilient communities. Also through the use of technology, science and innovation further enables us to do smarter decision making, early warning systems and more effectively emergency operations and a safer and more responsive future for all. So obviously in everything that we do, it has to be based on legislation, whether it's private sector or public. So fortunately, there's a list of legislation that enables us to go into partnerships. Even the President mentioned in the State of Nation address in February, where he basically said that we need to motivate as government and leverage on partnerships. So our legislation enables us to go into partnerships and gives us the green light. However, without clear governance, legal compliance, financial transparency and accountability, Triple P's risk undermining public interest, service delivery and potential disputes. As government, you do not want to end up in a dispute with any partners because it can affect future opportunities as well. So, emerging risks in South Africa, I think we are all aware of the effects of climate change. As we speak now in the Eastern Cape, there's a level 8 disruptive rain warning. So every year our province is prone to floods. Just last month in May there was floods, last year June 2025, the year before that Kariga. So every year we are experiencing major floods due to climate change. The issue of urbanization and informal settlements. People move from the smaller towns, from rural areas into the cities. So with effect to that, our informal settlements are growing. And you'll find that in the last 20 years, you're still sitting with the same number of fire stations within a certain area. But how big as our informal settlements have grown over the years. So it becomes a huge problem for fire services to manage these types of risks. There's also industrial technological hazards, transportation of hazardous substances. Every day, trucks travel through cities and towns carrying carrying hazardous and flammable liquids, so which poses a risk on the roads. Also the effect that our rail networks are not so well functioning. It means there's more trucks on the road, so we are faced with increasing risks on a daily basis. So the first one is our partnership with Santam. Last year was our first year of implementation. So we've managed to train 20 fire safety officials in fire risk assessments. We also could provide field firefighting foam as well as equipment to our municipalities. 2 districts we've supported, Gabi district, Krasani, with fire skid units, because we've seen it becomes very expensive to procure vehicles. So we said, why not why not let us procure skid units? Because, you know, farmers, they love field firefighting. So if you as a station commander, you've got fire skid units at station level, for example, if you have 5 or 10 of those, when you have major field fires, you can then leverage on farmers to come and assist. So immediately you have 10 response vehicles just by having your skid units there. So that was the idea by procuring that. Then we also busy with a incident management system where we trained all our head of disasters, our fire chiefs in ICS 700, 100, 200 and 300, because we want to develop a provincial incident management team. So whatever occurs throughout the province, that team can then be activated to go and manage incidents. The second one is where we identified 2 districts and we took 80 unemployed members of the community. We trained them in basic field firefighting as well as disaster management volunteer. So those people are now registered as volunteers where they can assist the municipalities during major field fires as well as during disasters. They also form part when they have awareness campaigns for their respective areas. So the program not only equip participants with essential skills to support fire prevention and emergency response, but also contributed to local employment opportunities and enhance community resilience and strengthen overall response capabilities for municipalities. So here's just a short video I want to...
First of all, I am Olu Problem from Blackwood's Farm. We are here on horseback. We are learning about how to fight fire. Into esiyifundileyo apha sifundile uba singalwa njani nomlilo and how we can help our villages, how we can educate them, how to prevent fire and how to stop fire. And I hope on these 2 days we will gain more experience about fire.
So for me, this is one of the projects that I'm very passionate about, because our province is very rural. You can have the most efficient firefighters, you can have all the trucks and fire stations, but because of the vastness, you will never get there in time. So we are saying we're looking into capacitating communities where they can, every felt fire starts very small. So if it can be managed at a community local level, I think you've won the battle. So this was the pilot project we started last year with Santam. So we're looking into doing more of those going forward. Then we get to FPASA. So this is our second partnership with FPASA, and I must say we've been working very well together for the last 2 years. Mr. Sefadi, I think he knows the province better than us, the way he's been traveling there. So what we did was based on the SANS 10090, we did fire risk classifications of our 2 metros and the 6 district municipalities. So that gives us a provincial view in terms of the gaps that we have. It's also going to assist us when we need to motivate for funding, to say that here we've got factual evidence saying that the SANS code is saying this, and this is what we have. So we need to close that gap as a province, and that is where FPASA assisted us a lot. We also had numerous workshops talking about MOUs with other colleagues, and in fact it's ongoing. I already spoke to Mr. Sefadi. The 20 people that we trained last year, we are going to have ongoing workshops, because fire risk assessment, it's not just a thing where you do training and you go and start working. So you need that ongoing assistance. So through our partnership with FPASA, that is how we're going to continue building on our fire safety initiatives. The sketch there on your right is just areas where us as government or municipalities can lobby for funds, private sector, NGOs, national, and obviously municipalities' own budget. This one, we've got a service level agreement with the South African National Space Agency. So they provided us with maps throughout the province. As you can see, there's a 10-year fire trend going back to 2014. So it assists us with informed decision making, strategic resource management, public and emergency responder safety, as well as disaster mitigation and response. So you can clearly see that our Sarah Barman district is the highest risk district in terms of veld fires. On the far right, that's a map of all the fire occurrence points in the province. And then at the bottom, it's the hotspot areas. So because we have this information, we can prepare better for veld fire seasons. We can also assist in our municipalities and communities in terms of planning as well as risk reduction initiatives. Then the second one, this is SANSA imagery maps. So what we've done is throughout the whole province, we've got, sorry, we have these maps. This is one of the towns within the Eastern Cape where you can clearly see that they've built in the floodplain. So when the water level rises 5 meters above the river, that is potentially that can occur. So also again, it can assist us with early evacuation, also to bring in mitigation measures going forward. Here we've developed a provincial disaster management application system. So we've partnered with CETA, State Information Technology Agency. So basically our previous system was a lesson learned because we had a contract with a service provider. When the contract came to an end, it just ended there. The information wasn't transferred over to us. The license didn't belong to us. So we went back and said, let us build our own system. So the system belongs to us. We worked with CETA in developing. So our incidents now are recorded onto the system. Your fire safety inspections, your burning permits, We can even schedule meetings on the system. So it talks to disaster management as well as fire services. So obviously we're moving into the fourth industrial revolution where everything is basically now going into systems and cloud-based. The system was launched in November last year. So we are still in the teething phase, but we are working with our municipalities and with CETA so that we can get to a point where we move 100% over to digital. This is Alfred Nzo, one of our districts in the province where they're also leveraging very well with partnerships. So they've appointed the University of Free State to conduct a district-wide fire risk assessment. The outcome of that was fires, veld fires and floods was the highest risk. So through their partnership with Old Mutual Foundation, they could train councillors introduction to disaster management. And we all know that your councillors, your political leaders, they are the decision makers. So if you can get them introduced to disaster management, to fires, and you know, if you have political support behind you, you can do a lot. So that is what Old Mutual has done. From their risk assessment, Old Mutual assisted them to develop contingency plans that talks to veld fires and floods. They were also supported with equipment, 3 skid units. They've also partnered with Santam through the University of Stellenbosch. They train disaster management practitioners, fire services officials in conducting community-based risk assessment. So you can see they are integrating your science with community-based risk assessment. There was also hazmat training done. And then lastly, Santam donated 250 trees in the fight against climate change. This one we are also not, in fact we have completed, we've procured 2 commercial drones and 6 pilots. So this was a great milestone for us because we are the first provincial department that has successfully completed the drones program. We've seen other municipalities, they procure drones and then it just ends there because this is it's a highly regulated and complex industry. So we trained 6 pilots in VLOS. VLOS is the visual line of sight. It's where you can fly the drone while seeing it. And then BVLOS is beyond visual line of sight. So anything that is between you and the drone, it becomes a BV loss. So you basically use it just by plotting coordinates on your controller, and the drone automatically flies. So our scope of work with the drones is to do search and rescue missions, damage assessments during disasters, as well as aerial surveillance for mountain and veld fires. So picture on your right, that is our certificate, and there's the drone with some of the equipment. This fire occurred in March 2026. I'm sure you guys have seen it on the news. It's the Bota Sitawe building that burnt in Numtata. So the very next day, we deployed there so we could assist fire services by taking pictures, looking at hotspots in the building. The picture in the middle, it's an infrared camera, so we could confirm that the building was still hot whilst we were there. So we could assist them with decision making in terms of safety by not entering the building at the time. So this was our first official mission. The second one was last month in May. Nelson Mandela Bay flooded. The pictures on your left, it's the water canal. So we could assist the engineers in looking for areas where the canal was damaged by the floods. Picture on your right, it's a Motherwell informal settlement. So this was basically a day or two after the floods. So you could see the whole informal settlement was still underwater. So through the use of drone technology, that is how we can support our municipalities during disasters and fires. Here we had the the June floods in 2025. So I just wanted to showcase how important it is to have partners. I mean, here we have got a list of institutions, and this is not even formal partnerships, but when the need arose, everyone came in. In fact, our MEC had a special recognition ceremony for all these officials that assisted with the search and rescue missions, with disaster relief and the likes. Way forward for the province, we are currently engaging in discussions to establish formal partnerships with Alimdad Foundation, supporting Fire Services South Africa, Rescue SA, EMS Rescue, Sub Search and Rescue. Our MOU with supporting Fire Services South Africa has actually been approved. Myself and Ms. Lotter, we are talking official launch dates. In fact, we already have a program for the year. As you can see on the right, we will be training 90 officials in incident command system training. We're also going to receive foam from them, wildland fire and industrial. We are going to train additional 15 officials in fire risk assessment. So if you can take from the partnership with Santam and this, within a space of 12 months, we will be able then to have trained 35 officials in fire risk assessments. There's also going to be fire officials trained in the SANS 1009, polling plans examiner, and then there's a project coming in fire hydrant maintenance in the Nelson Mandela Bay. In closing, if we're invited next year again, Mr. Sefadi, I would like to have more logos on this slide. I thank you.
Maris, I think we actually saved the best for last. And no insult to all the other presenters, but that was a beautiful demonstration of what happens when we actually share the resilience, or for resilience for the country. So thank you so much. I took some notes. I saw some SAIA members, how active they are, OMI, Santam. I became so proud. I wanted to pat myself on the shoulder that you've done well as an industry in terms of supporting fire services. What I would like to do, considering that I don't want you staying here beyond 3 o'clock, is that I'm supposed to be doing a Q&A. So let's start with that, and then I'll do closing remarks. Any questions for all the other speakers? You can start with the last speaker because it's the most freshest. Questions? Yes, sir, at the back.
A statement, maybe?
Sir, hold on. Can we get a mic to him, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can you hear me better? Denzel from Safe Group. I don't necessarily have a question, more just from listening and also understanding different in-depth dynamic of the fire service. Claire made a comment with regards to, do we really have a fire service in South Africa? And I understand it's a different dynamic, or comment on that. And I have maybe a comment with regards to understanding how we can improve the fire service in its entirety. And it's got to do with, do we really understand how to improve legislative decision making to improve the firefighter service? In a sense of legislative, can we really empower the fire services to be a legislative institute on its own in a dynamic, to assist them how to be in control of the budgets that is required to improve the service, whether it is just to improve capacity in employment and people to work on the ground, and also the capacity improving the tools they need to actually provide a fire service. Because if we look at just, sorry to use Gauteng as an identity, the lack of fire services from an institution to be able to really perform their service within this area. And it really comes down to how do we legislatively hold everybody accountable to make those decisions better for the fire service. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to take time, Maris, if I may, to brag a little bit about our project. So SAIA, as you know, is representative of the non-life insurance industry. We proposed to government 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Marius, keep me honest, 4 years ago, in terms of there has to be something that has to shift in terms of supporting fire services better. Because we've realized as an industry that fire is becoming a systemic risk and localized flooding is becoming a systemic risk. What that means is that risk is becoming potentially uninsurable going forward. So the risk is if you don't have insurance for fire, how will you get finance for that building or that car? Do you know what I mean? So that's the premise that we were moving from. So we did a risk assessment checklist of SANS 10090. We covered 87%, and when I say we, it's the royal we, it's SAIA, as a project with FPASA, approved by the SAIA board. 87% of fire services were categorized according to that standard. And what that did, it demonstrated what the gaps were. And the logic behind having that as a fire chief is that you can say, as a presentation to cabinet or wherever you need to present in terms of what your budget needs are, that categorization or that checklist against the standard that you're supposed to comply with is a tool that you can say, I need 5 trucks, I need whatever. So that was the logic that we followed. So 87% of fire services were assessed, and 47, am I right? 47 of the fire stations were assessed, and the board then decided that we have enough data to lobby and advocate as SAIA to government to say that there needs to be something done to support fire services better. What we did manage to do when there was a public-private growth initiative that was instituted soon after Cyril Ramaphosa became president, where he called all the sectors together and said, give us your hurdles in government, or give us what will it take for you to employ more people in South Africa, and we want a 5-year plan. And from that categorized, or from that compilation of information from all the different sectors, there were a couple of projects that was chosen, 17 projects that were chosen, high priority, that reported to the president's management office. Rudy Dix was the one who was our face for the president, and we all pitched for our different projects. We pitched for the fire project, and we won. It became part of that short list that the president was going to look at and do something about it. So what we've seen culminating from this journey that we've had as an insurance industry is we have seen a policy change. For instance, the disaster management master plan, I'm seeing National Treasury taking more project lead or leading, because the fiscus has to come in to either give a grant or to provide taxpayers money in terms of making or responding well to a disaster when a disaster happens. So with National Treasury in play, I'm seeing a lot of departments now being integrated well in terms of providing support where support is needed from a disaster management perspective, with a specific focus of fire services. Now, them extrapolating fire services out demonstrated to us as an industry that the campaigning and the lobbying is actually being heard and something is being planned. And obviously, you know, the local government structural review, it was done now in March. The consultants finished their work. It did its own lobbying and being sensitized with all the different stakeholders. We've got the municipal finance, something MFMA, I forgot what the full name stands for. The bill was out. So I'm seeing a lot of policy changes. And I don't know if anybody else in the room can add. I feel like I'm preaching now. It's very quiet in this church. If anybody else wants to add in terms of what I've shared. And it's a very brilliant question. Very, very brilliant question. Thank you so much for that. Do we have any other question? I don't know, sir, if you want to chip in, maybe, in terms of policy shifts from his question that you're seeing with fire services getting a little bit more support, fire services getting more attention in terms of how they're going to be financed and resourced going forward, under the Disaster Management Act perspective.
Thank you. I didn't get his comment 100%, but yeah, I'll respond. What I'm aware of is the current white paper is now at the level of a draft fire services bill. So that is, if I can say, it's in the queue going to in for implementation and so I think once we have that in place, because the main problem we are seeing with fire services, especially with funding, there's no clear legislation or guideline that says that fire services must be funded according to this. For example, environmental health, you know, it's clear there. Per household, 12 rand, 50 cents must. So your equitable share is broken down into that. The problem we have with fire services, there's nothing there that clearly guides municipalities how funding should be broken down. So it's at the discretion of municipality to municipality.
Yeah.
Obviously, your metros will receive more funding. The problem lies in your district municipalities. So I think once that legislation is passed, municipalities will then be forced, you know, there will be a ring-fenced mechanism towards funding fire services.
Thank you for that. I actually forgot about that bill. And the most important part about that bill is that fire services, if it does get enacted, it will become a basic service, which means you cannot take funding away from it. So if it's funding given to a municipality, a portion must be given to the fire service. There's no choice. You can't sell fire trucks so you can raise money for the municipality, which we've seen. And I'm not going to mention which district it was or which municipality it was, but we have seen that kind of scenario coming in play. I don't know if there are any other questions. No other questions?
Yes, there's a question here. My name is Isaac from Old Mutual Insurance, working in the risk and engineering department. And I don't know if the gentleman who was presenting that suppression system, Freddy Johnson, if he's still around here. Because of my question is directed to him anyway.
He was sitting on this side. I think he's gone.
Can you please show your hand before I could proceed with my question? He left.
He left, yeah. I think ask your question anyway. We will give him the message.
I have to ask the question anyway. It's unfortunately, I'm one of those who normally recommend the installation of that suppression system. And it has come to my attention that the system which they are implementing actually is coming as a supplement actually to the sprinkler system and all that anyway. But now my question is around the certification of the system. I had a client that I'm going to see next week anyway, who has installed a very similar system. But then when I ask the fire engineers about who's going to certify your system, and the fire engineer just got silent because of now they wanted to certify their own work. And then I said to him, it's very, very impossible because of now you cannot mark your examination and all that anyway. And my other question is, he mentioned that the international standards like the NFPA together with the FM Global, of which I agree anyway, those are the very good institutions anyway. But then I want to know exactly locally if they had any institutions that maybe they will be certifying their system, maybe who are they recommending actually, because of now we have been flooded actually from the insurance side with so many companies who says that they can certify that, they can certify that. But then the third part, when you look at their work, that's when the questions are being start to be asked anyway. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can give you his contact details. He is a platinum sponsor, so Kennedy, Marius, I'm sure we can give you his details. If you get contact with with Marius or Kennedy. I don't know if you want to answer from a Sana's perspective, because the latter part of his question might, I don't know if you can. No? Okay. All right, no problem. Okay. Sure.
Okay. we'll do that. If you're going to be asking a question after I speak, we've still got time before 3 o'clock, which is Pamela's home time. Just stand up so that you can become famous. Also on YouTube, by the way, if you didn't know that, we've been streaming on YouTube. You'll be able to go back to all of the presentations there if there's anything. A few principles based on the question that was just asked is in the current situation, if I've gone and I've done a design on any fire protection system that is outside of the deemed to satisfy rules, which this system currently would be, I would have had to follow the rational design steps, which then ends up at the end of the day with a sign-off process which includes more than just the designer. There's a bit of a bun fight going on about if I'm an engineer, who gives anybody else the right to question my engineering work? So we'll journey with that in the fire side. I'm always reminded when people start talking about that, is that if you go back to the history of rational design, it is now a principle for all parts, bar 1 or 2 in, I think I can't rational design my sewage system, for example. But just about any other part of SANS 10400 is now open to a design option. And at one point, it was just fire and ventilation and something else that could be rationally designed. I think water supply. And it wasn't part W of water supply, by the way. We received so many part W rational designs, and they were all illegal because part W didn't allow you a rational design. But that's just a bit of history. So the principle is, if I bring you something that's outside of the deemed to satisfy, there's a process to follow which has a sign-off, which then, if I am marking my own homework, I take out insurance. If 55 years from now, it gets found out that I cheated marking my own homework, my insurance must pay out because I cheated. It's personal liability, etc., etc. So there is a way that you enjoy a bit of protection for those people that might be seen as marking their own homework. But in actual fact, there's a process to be followed, which means nobody is standing alone marking their own homework. And just to throw in, the building regulations themselves are under review now. You can, a lot of these things, go and spend some Googling time. You'll find the announcements that we're looking at the building regulations. Fire's become a very interesting part in there. Even the previous question, that kind of road path and things, you go into the Cocta site, NDMC, you'll get information. Follow their social media. You go and have a look at NDMC's social media. All of a sudden, 2 years in a row, the minister himself pitches up at a fire in Durban. 100 years, we don't have any representation. All of a sudden, 2 years. So things have been happening. But keep in mind, at this point, the delivery of a fire service is a local government competency. So you want money to be spent on your fire service, you must go to the public meetings and put up your hand and say, my fire service is lacking. I want money for that. If you don't do that 100 other people are sitting there putting up their hands and say, we want more policemen. And they get the money for that. And they appoint more traffic wardens, and they do all kinds of things. Local government spends money differently. That's why what Pamela has said is important, that a lot of pressure has been put from the top national fiscus to let's get the funding model changed. But still, between now and whenever, you should be encouraging every neighbor that you have, share the YouTube video with them. Go to the public meetings about the budget. Put up your hand and say, I don't see my firemen. I'd like to see the firefighters. I feel fire unsafe. If you say that, they have to record it and make a decision. They might still only appoint traffic wardens, I don't know, but at least your voice would have been heard.
Lenley? Thanks, Marius.
Yes, just to actually look at the process of fire suppression systems or installations that actually needs to be done, and how it actually needs to occur is that an engineer will give you actually a rational design of a protection system, right? And then he is actually the person that needs to submit to council for approval. Man, Roger, man.
You're live.
Okay. Yeah. So the duties of the engineer is actually to develop the plan, all right, and do submissions to the municipality for approval for the system, because you cannot actually design a system which is under design without actual approval or the approval process that needs to go through. Usually, when the fire department guys they sit around the table with all the guys that actually specialize in that specific area. All right. So the moment that rational design is actually signed off, the engineer will give it to an installer. The installer is the person that actually certify with regards to the installation completion and also then what they call commissioning. All right. And then after that, because there are services that needs to be done on an annual basis / a quarterly basis / maybe weekly inspections that needs to be done for that specific installation. All right. So the person that's actually signing off the rational design is the engineer. The guy that's actually signing off the installation is the installer. That person that is actually FDIA, or if he's SAQCC or SACAS registered. If you're looking at gaseous fire suppression system, that guy, the technician or that person that's actually installing that specific system, he is the person that certify the system. All right. He has a membership number with a specific body that he actually sign off and say that the system is optimal to be used after commissioning has been taken place and it's working shanana. It's not the engineer. The engineer sign off on the plan. The installer install according to what the plan actually said. I don't know if that actually makes sense.
Thank you for that input.
Actually, I didn't want to expose myself in a way. I'm from the institution of the fire engineers in a way. So it's a matter of the fire engineer definitely will do the rational design, that one we understand. And the installer will also do the commissioning of the system in a way. So now I was talking about the third-party inspection, the person who's going to give us the final word after the system has been inspected. That cannot be the installer because of you have installed. So now we want the person who's going to give us the final word that this system can work as expected actually.
One last response. Thanks, Lenny.
Okay, so if that is a requirement of the insurer, or if it's a requirement from the client that actually a third party verifier needs to be checked, because you cannot mark your own work. Okay, right. Then that is actually either a requirement from the insurer, the client, to have a third party verifier. Now I'm a goer for somebody else that comes out from somebody, from whatever body or institution, to come verify that this guy is actually doing the work how it was actually set down. It's all about legislatively. It is not actually on the writing, but me personally, to you, word to word, and actually I put it in my policy. If any fire installation is actually being installed, I want somebody else to come and check if this actually is done according to. If a sprinkler system main is actually changed because the manufacturer has died or whatever the case may be, and I need to modify that specific fire suppression system, I need somebody else to come and check, will this thing actually give me the design flow pressure for that sprinkler, for that whatever the case may be. I think it also take initiative. If something is not actually written as a standard or law in South Africa, I think then we benchmark on the FM Globals, the NFPA, BSI standard, etc.
Thanks for that. Is it a different question?
We can't carry on the debate.
Okay. I've been vetoed not to allow it. So I'm the messenger, don't kill me. Sorry for that. All right, you can network afterwards. So I'll do the closing remark. It's not going to be anything grand. It's effectively a summarization of all the wonderful conversations we've been having today. So I'm going to read it, because if I don't, I'm going to miss whatever nugget that I thought I had captured on this piece of paper. So on the bedrock of professionalization of fire risk assessors or risk assessment, from the SANS conformity assessment requirements and building blocks towards accreditation, so we see our desired outcome of practically competent professionals. I loved that word so much, because I loved the view of you might be book smart, but you need to be work smart as well. You need the experience to give comfort in terms of your competency level. Professionals, impartial, providing consistent quality assurance, to creating content from a technical qualification, whether through skills, through a QCTO model, a skills program, or through a higher education type of qualification. A practical approach to feed current demand for competent fire risk assessors. Therefore, a seamless approach is necessary, with support needed in the timely output of the mechanisms necessary. For instance, how long does it take to get that qualification? Through either models. I mean, if it's 7 years, it's too much. If it's 18 months, maybe it's better. So it's about getting that support to make sure that things actually move forward quicker than what we're experiencing currently. Needed in the timely output of the mechanisms necessary to feed this necessary practical competence towards a more country resilient against fire-related risks. So from an non-life insurance industry, I tick the box to say I've done my job well today. I hope I did. In terms of representation of my association, fire is one of our priority risks. And under fire sits under climate change, and under fire sits under infrastructure development and designing that needs to be climate resilient. So the conversations that we're having with National Treasury are around that, in terms of how can we work together with government to help ourselves from an industry perspective, so we can continue ensuring the things that we're ensuring, and also the country from a public interest perspective. So it has been a wonderful day for me, so I hope it has been for you as well. I am saving you effectively 10 minutes. Yay! So go well, be safe, and thank you so much for participating with us today. There's a request for all the speakers who are still here to come to the front, please. Thank you so much.
commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information. Welcome to the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa. The Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa was established in 1973 to provide a specialized fire safety management, technical, and service to industry, commerce, and society at large. Over the years, we have developed a range of membership options and services that are recognized for their quality, professionalism, and value. Today, the role of the Fire Protection Association of Southern Africa covers education, information, advice, consultancy, as well as training. Our mission is to deliver premium fire education training and services throughout Africa. Visit us on www.fpasa.co.za for further information.